Sir Michael Palin, thank you so much for that very vivid portrayal of the Duke of Edinburgh. Thank you. And if you are just joining us, we are broadcasting a special programme following the death of the Duke of Edinburgh. In a statement, Buckingham Palace said, "It is with deep sorrow that Her Majesty the Queen announces the death of her beloved husband, His Royal Highness the Prince Philip, Duke of Edinburgh. His Royal Highness passed away peacefully this morning at Windsor Castle. Further announcements will be made in due course. The royal family join with people around the world in mourning his loss." In public, when appearing with the Queen, the Duke of Edinburgh always fulfilled the duties of royal consort, taking second place to Her Majesty. But as our royal correspondent Sarah Campbell now reports, behind closed doors, the Duke exercised immense influence on the life of the royal family and drove many of its key decisions and reforms.
A great roar from the crowd outside Buckingham Palace.
While the Queen took centre stage in public life, when it came to family matters, it was Prince Philip who was in charge. When Elizabeth came to the throne, Philip had to leave the Navy. It was unusual in the 1950s and 60s for the man of the household to give up his career to support his wife and children. But he had little choice but to fit his life around her unique position. And, as their home movies show, he did so with gusto.
First-hand accounts that I've been told by people who were there at the time of Prince Philip not just bathing the children, playing with the children, but reading to the children. He was a hands-on dad.
His was an unusual childhood, split up from his parents and his 4 sisters, one of whom was tragically killed.
The pleasures of family life are enjoyed by the baby's mother and father less frequently than by ordinary parents.
Royal duties involved frequent foreign travel, but as Philip's family grew, he was determined to do things differently.
I always aim to be home during the holidays anyway, so that I can see the children. I mean, we try and keep the children out of the public eye, largely so that they can grow up as normally as possible.
What's this for?
In 1969,
What's this for?
Philip allowed the TV cameras in for a behind-the-scenes documentary. This was the royal family, as never seen before or since, reportedly on the instruction of the Queen. Decisions such as schooling were his. Gordonston, the Scottish boarding school, had suited Philip as a youngster, and so that's where he chose to send his sons. While in later life, Prince Charles praised the school's ethos, his years there, far from home, were difficult.
Prince Charles has his memories, and that when it comes to Prince Philip's motives in what he was doing as a father, it was to try to toughen up his son, to correct what he perceived as weaknesses. I suppose, ultimately, perhaps to recreate the self-reliant, self-confident boy that Philip was turned into by the Gordonston system.
Father and son did come to share common ground, however. The Duke passed on his love of painting and a passion for the environment and conservation. His relationship with his other children was more straightforward. The bond with Princess Anne was clear. Alike in many ways, she was outspoken, and she knew how to deal with her father's similarly frank manner. He shared a naval background with Prince Andrew, both having served in fields of conflict. And he may have been disappointed when Prince Edward chose to leave the Royal Marines, but over the years, their relationship grew ever closer. It was to his youngest son that Philip entrusted perhaps his greatest legacy, the Duke of Edinburgh's award.
What's it like working with your father?
He doesn't, don't worry.
It's very easy.
He does his own thing.
And now the veil is thrown back and we can see the Princess of Wales.
There were difficult years when the marriages of 3 of his 4 children failed, the most public, the split of Charles and Diana. What emerged much later, to the surprise of some, was the extent to which he tried to help. During the breakup, he'd written to his daughter-in-law, and the tone of his letters and her replies revealed a softer, compassionate side to the Duke rarely seen in public. Dearest Pa, she wrote in 1992 that she was pleased to receive his letter, and particularly so to read that he was desperately anxious to help. He replied, if invited, he would always do his utmost to help, but was quite ready to concede that he had no talents as a marriage counsellor.
There was no doubt on her part that gruff and stern though Philip could often be, that his motives were of the best, and she appreciated that.
Into his 90s, public engagements became fewer, but family events, like Princess Charlotte's christening, remained a priority. In 2018, despite a recent hip replacement, he walked unaided into the chapel for his grandson Harry's wedding. 2 years later, isolating at Windsor, he was there for his granddaughter Beatrice.
A heavy program of official engagements prevents the Princess and the Duke from seeing their son as often as they wish. It is only on occasions like this that they can enjoy the happiness of parenthood.
It was a long life, where duty and family responsibility often came into conflict. The pandemic, as has been the case for so many families, deprived his loved ones of direct contact with him in his final months. His diminishing influence as the family patriarch coincided with a time of great public and private upset for the family. Perhaps the Duke's steadying influence and forthright manner were missed. His children, grandchildren and great-grandchildren will be united in mourning his loss.
Sarah Campbell there, looking at Prince Philip's life within his family. Well, other than the statement from Buckingham Palace, there has been no public statement by other members of the family until now, because the Duke and Duchess of Sussex's website has been transformed into a memorial page to the Duke of Edinburgh. You can see it there now. There's a short message on it which says, "In loving memory of His Royal Highness the Duke of Edinburgh, 1921 to 2021, and it adds in very small letters there, you may be able to make out, "Thank you for your service, you will be greatly missed." So that has been put up on the front page of the Duke and Duchess of Sussex's website. Now, by his own admission, Prince Philip's years in the Royal Navy were immensely important in forming his character, and throughout his life he maintained the outlook and the bearing of a naval officer. As a midshipman, he was mentioned in dispatches for his bravery under fire. Later, when royal duties replaced his naval career, he worked to keep Britain's maritime history alive. We can look back now at the Duke's close relationship with the Royal Navy. Navy and life at sea were a huge part of the Duke of Edinburgh's career. It had been a British destroyer that had taken him, as a toddler, into exile from his native Greece. Two of his sons were naval officers, Prince Charles and Prince Andrew, taking up where he'd left off after his wife became Queen. Prince Philip joined the Navy straight from school. As a cadet, he first met Princess Elizabeth in 1939, when she visited Britannia Royal Naval College in Dartmouth with her parents. Active service came during World War II in 1940, as a midshipman on the old battleship HMS Ramillies. Years later, he reflected on life as a sailor.
You're exposed to the elements in a way which you're not ashore in any time, because you've got your feet on the earth, as it were, and you've got some sort of security of shelter and so on. Whereas at sea, you're in a cockle shell in this enormous expanse of the ocean, so that tends to cut you down to size a bit.
In 1941, Philip joined HMS Valiant, operating in some danger in the Mediterranean. During the Battle of Cape Matapan, he earned a mention in dispatches for directing searchlights onto enemy cruisers.
We were hit by 2 bombs. The whole ship bent like that with the explosions, and actually bent sufficiently for some of the hatches down below to be jammed. So several people rang up and said, "Please, can you get a tin opener? We'd like to get out." You know.
Promotion followed, and a posting to a destroyer on hazardous convoy duty in the North Sea. before he returned to the Mediterranean in support of the Allied invasion of Sicily. At the end of the war, he was in Tokyo Bay to witness the surrender of Japanese forces. After his marriage, he studied at the Royal Naval College in Greenwich and was posted to Malta, where Princess Elizabeth joined him as an officer's wife. It was clearly a happy time for them both. In 1950, Philip was given his first command, the frigate HMS Magpie. But his active naval career ended 2 years later when the Queen succeeded to the throne. He accepted this momentous change in his life and simply got on with the job. But his contemporaries always believed that he could have achieved high rank.
I remember Lord Mountbatten talking to me when I was First Sea Lord, and he said, of course, if Philip had stayed in the Navy, there would have been great competition between you. I don't think the competition would have been very strong, actually. He would have got it.
Do you think so?
Oh, yes.
Royal duties were now his first priority. But the Duke maintained his interest in Britain's maritime heritage. And on the 50th anniversary of the end of the war, he was quick to leave the royal podium to march alongside his old comrades. The importance of the Royal Navy to Prince Philip. Well, we've had tributes and memories from world leaders and former world leaders all these last few hours, and we've just received one from Donald Trump and from his wife Melania, who say they send their deepest and most profound condolences to the Queen. And they go on to say that Prince Philip defined British dignity and grace. He personified the quiet reserve, the stern fortitude and unbending integrity of the United Kingdom. And they reflect that as a young man, he served Britain honourably and courageously as a naval officer in the Second World War. Aboard battleships in the Mediterranean, he saw combat at sea. He then participated in the pivotal Allied invasion of Sicily in 1943. Like so many of his generation in Britain's darkest hour, he put his life on the line for God, country, and the values of freedom and self-government that forever unite America and the United Kingdom. And Mr. Trump and his wife Melania go on to say that for 7 decades, Prince Philip brought the same sense of duty and purpose to his role as consort and husband to the Queen. He was admired by his fellow citizens and respected by everyone around the world. His exceptional example of service, constancy and patriotism will be his greatest legacy. Well, we can speak now to the adventurer and broadcaster Bear Grylls, who is the UK's chief scout and supporter of the Prince's Trust and the Royal British Legion. Hello there, Bear. Thank you so much for joining us here on BBC News. I suppose it will be interesting to think about the organisations that you are involved in, that he oversaw, and the sort of values that those organisations exemplify, those of an active life, of self-reliance and of resilience.
Yeah, you're so right. Those words, active life and resilience and service, is at the heart of what he stood for, and so many of those organisations. I mean, I think of the Queen Scouts, and you know, how the Queen's always been patron of that, but it's always been Prince Philip beside her. And, you know, I remember so well, just a few years ago at the Queen Scout Awards at Windsor Castle, you know, him sort of walking alongside the Queen and me, you know, going up and down these rows of Queen Scouts, young people who had reached the pinnacle of scouting, and just how interested he always was in their lives and their aspirations. And, you know, you look at the D.A.V. Awards, the Duke of Edinburgh Awards, you know, people forget that runs in something like 144 countries now. And that's real legacy stuff. And then you've got the Captain General of the Royal Marines. I mean, he was Captain General of that for 64 years, 201 days. And I remember so well that last solo engagement he did in 2017. It was with the Royal Marines at Buckingham Palace, and it was pouring a rain. And everyone was there with umbrellas, but he was just sort of out there without it, and Band of the Royal Marines playing, and sort of hairs on the back of your neck time of just realizing total service, you know, and just his love of this country. And I spoke to a scout only earlier today, a scout leader, who said, sort of sums it up. He goes, they don't make him like that anymore.
It's so interesting because for many people he will have appeared quite a daunting person, but everybody who has met him, who we've talked to today, has talked about how interested he has been in people, that he was a very engaged individual.
He was an ultimate people's person, wasn't he? And I think that speaks to his naval background. You know, you've got to remember as well, he's one of the last surviving veterans from the Second World War. You know, he truly spoke everyone's language, you know, wherever you were in the world or in society. And I think that is part of what people loved about him, actually. It wasn't a kind of performance. You felt like it was a real person. And even the irreverent side of him was kind of, you know, part of you couldn't love him for it.
For reasons of time, we have to leave it there. But thank you so much for joining us and sharing your reflections. That's the broadcaster Bear Grylls. One of Prince Philip's greatest contributions to public life was the award scheme that he established in 1956, as we heard there, the Duke of Edinburgh's Award. At the time, the scheme was seen as a radical and pioneering scheme, and it encouraged young people to explore new challenges, to take risks and to show initiative. And as Elaine Dunkley now reports, the scheme has enriched the lives of millions of young people, even during the coronavirus pandemic.
The Duke of Edinburgh's Award. Activities, expeditions and adventures. For millions of people, it has been part of growing up. It aims to give young people from all backgrounds a sense of achievement outside of the classroom through field trips and volunteering.
How many times do you think you got lost?
For these pupils at secondary school in the heart of Manchester, the experience has been life-changing.
Like when you go on Duke of Edinburgh, it's just a whole different environment. It's like green everywhere, like as far as you can see.
Even signing up for it was a bit out of my comfort zone because prior to it I was quite shy and reserved and didn't really talk to many people in my year.
I've been working for a charity shop in my community, and I think definitely it's been a very interesting. You get to meet lots of new people, get to touch lots of interesting people, hear their story.
Had fun and made so many friends without, I don't know how I'd have gotten through my high school years, honestly. It's really, really good.
It began in 1956 and grew out of the Duke's own experiences at Gordonston. The award's ethos was rooted in the philosophy of the school's headmaster, Kurt Hahn, who felt that education should be about more than just academic achievement.
It was based on Hahn's theory that you shouldn't be a specialist in any one thing, and he felt that you shouldn't concentrate entirely on academic education. His philosophy was that if you could get young people to succeed in any area of activity, that mere sensation of success would spread over into a lot of others.
When the scheme first started, it was considered quite revolutionary, but it also had its detractors.
I think a lot of organisations thought it was going to be a rival. The Scouts, the Guides, Outward Bound Trust, all kinds of people thought, oh dear, here comes another youth organisation to rival us. The cleverness was that it was a programme which was complementary and not competitive, so anyone could do it.
The programme has moved with the times. It started as a boys-only group, and even when girls joined, there was a gender divide.
Can you tell me how you'll be able to get instructors and adjudicators to teach things like marriage and make-up and all the other new schemes you've mentioned in the pamphlet?
Oh, make-up we've got no problem. Marriage might be a bit more difficult.
From helping at food banks to vaccination centres, during the pandemic, many young people have volunteered through the scheme.
Are you ready for the vaccine, madam? All right. I think the Duke of Edinburgh is fantastic to gain, especially independence. Everyone can do it. Everyone's helping the community. Everyone's being active. Everyone's learning a new skill. And I think the inclusion of the youth is fantastic.
OK, guys, ready to go?
Throughout the decades, the awards have been based on physical activity, skills, service and expedition. What you choose to do in each category is almost unlimited. Then there are 3 levels, gold, silver and bronze.
It's his vision and energy that created the organisation that enabled many, many young people to be able to access these development opportunities. And he was an absolute sort of stalwart champion for young people's sort of opportunities and development right the way through until he retired. While this is an incredibly sort of sad moment to reflect on his passing, we are incredibly optimistic about the fact that we can build on his incredible legacy, and the award will still be going strong many, many years from now.
Its popularity and success has spread across the globe, with more than 140 countries taking part. The scheme that bears his name will perhaps be his greatest legacy, a testament to the ideas and outlook of the Duke of Edinburgh.
Elaine Dunkley reporting there. You are watching continuing coverage with reaction to the death of the Duke of Edinburgh. In a statement, Buckingham Palace said, "It is with deep sorrow that Her Majesty the Queen announces the death of her beloved husband, His Royal Highness the Prince Philip, Duke of Edinburgh. His Royal Highness passed away peacefully this morning at Windsor Castle. Further announcements will be made in due course. The royal family join with people around the world in mourning his loss."
Our weather has turned colder and it's a cold weekend to come. For many areas there'll be some sunshine, high pressure just nosing in here, but the flow of air around that is from the north, a chilly one with sunshine and the scattering of wintry showers. But for Saturday, area of low pressure and some weather fronts just brushing in towards the southeast of England. So a cold rain for some here may just try to turn a bit sleety to at least higher ground before clearing away on Saturday night. That area of cloud though across East Anglia and southeast England on Saturday producing some outbreaks of rain, whereas elsewhere some sunshine, the odd shower popping up, wintry in nature, rain, sleet, hail, some snow to higher ground, more particularly in Scotland. Much of the UK a cold day with single-figure temperatures, and as this system pulls away on Saturday night, clear skies just about for everyone, and that means a widespread frost going into Sunday morning. High pressure, but still around that, a flow of air from the north or northeast on Sunday. So there'll be some sunny spells, there'll be a few showers popping up, but the main theme on Sunday is that it continues to be cold out there with widespread single-figure temperatures. If you catch a shower, again, a wintry mix possible of rain, sleet, hail, perhaps some snow to higher ground. Clouding up in northwest Scotland later in the day, some outbreaks of rain moving in here. And from this weather front into Northern Ireland and Scotland, some cloud and some patchy rain on Sunday night, stopping the temperatures going down too far, whereas underneath high pressure and clear skies for much of England and for Wales, it will be a cold, frosty night going into Monday morning. On Monday, Northern England, Northern Ireland and Scotland with the lion's share of the showers here and the chance for seeing some occasional rain, whereas the rest of England and Wales closer to high pressure will see dry, occasionally sunny weather and temperatures back into double figures. Now, as we go into Tuesday, it's a north-south split. In the south, you're close to high pressure, so you're likely to be settled. In Scotland and Northern Ireland, you're closer to low pressure, so here there's a chance, certainly of more cloud, but some outbreaks of rain, especially in northwest Scotland. Some sunny spells in northern England, but particularly across the rest of England and for Wales. And at this stage, temperatures up to 13, 14 degrees Celsius in Cardiff and London. High pressure still close to the south-southeast of the UK on Wednesday. Low pressure still close to Scotland and Northern Ireland. So here, more cloud, the chance of seeing some rain, whereas the rest of the UK will be mainly dry. Some patchy cloud building after a sunny start, but further sunny spells. And again, more widely, those temperatures now into double figures. And as we just look to see how things are for the second half of the week, it looks as if high pressure will nose away. Low pressure begins to head our way from the southwest. So maybe after a largely dry Thursday, an increasing chance things will turn more unsettled again Friday into Saturday. And this time actually coming up from the south. First half of the week here mainly dry, then later in the week turning more unsettled with an increasing chance of seeing some rain. But one thing is for sure, next week temperatures just about wherever you are going to be edging upwards. This is Chester, for example. Gone will be the northerly wind, more of a southerly flow. Temperatures back towards the mid-teens. That means later in the week after a chilly start.
After a long and eventful life, Prince Philip, the Duke of Edinburgh, has died at the age of 99. Philip was by some distance the longest-serving royal consort in British history, a role that he'd made his own.
There was no precedent, but if I asked somebody what you expect me to do, they all looked blank. They had no idea. Nobody had much idea.
From the day of his marriage to the future Queen, and throughout her long reign, he was at her side in good times and bad.
He has quite simply been my strength and stay all these years. And I and his whole family, and this and many other countries, owe him a debt greater than he would ever claim, or we shall ever know.
In this extended programme, we'll be looking at the Duke's remarkable life and reporting on the many tributes from around the world. We'll take a look at the Duke's influence as a father and grandfather and great-grandfather over several decades. And we'll mark the great success of the Duke of Edinburgh's award scheme for young people, just one of the achievements being praised by political leaders today.
Like the expert carriage driver that he was, he helped to steer the royal family and the monarchy so that it remains an institution indisputably vital to the balance and happiness of our national life.
In recent years, Philip was rarely seen in public. He'd retired from public duties in 2017 after 70 years of service. He was last seen as he returned home to Windsor on the 16th of March after a month-long stay in hospital. And the loss will be felt most keenly today by his widow, the Queen, whose reign has been sustained by his advice and constant presence. Good evening. It was at midday that Buckingham Palace announced the news that Prince Philip, the Duke of Edinburgh, had died at the age of 99. The longest-serving royal consort in British history, a man of strong views and a strong sense of duty, was within weeks of celebrating his 100th birthday. In a statement, Buckingham Palace said this: "It is with deep sorrow that Her Majesty the Queen announces the death of her beloved husband, His Royal Highness, the Prince Philip, Duke of Edinburgh. His Royal Highness passed away peacefully this morning at Windsor Castle. Further announcements will be made in due course." The royal family join with people around the world in mourning his loss. Prince Philip, at the Queen's side for over 70 years, was one of the most prominent figures in public life, and tributes to the Duke have come from around the world, led here in the United Kingdom by the Prime Minister Boris Johnson. We'll have the story of the Duke's life and the causes that he backed Before that, let's have a word with our royal correspondent, Nicholas Witchell. And Nick, before we talk about character and before we talk about causes or any of that, let's focus on the loss that the Queen has suffered.
Hugh, a major figure has left the national stage today, 2 months and 1 day short of what would have been his 100th birthday. Now, it's not a surprise, given his age, given his evident frailty when we saw him leaving King Edward VII Hospital rather less than a month ago. But it is a moment of sadness, and it is a great personal loss, above all, of course, for the Queen. Hers is a more solitary path now. She will be sustained, I'm sure, by her Christian faith and by the other members of her family. There can be no question, I think, of her withdrawing now. One must suppose that she will have prepared for this day. I was told that she thought she'd lost him back in 2011 when he had heart pains and was taken to Papworth Hospital. So not a surprise, but it will nonetheless be a considerable emotional shock after so many decades to realise that he is no longer there. There will have been the consolation of the time they've spent together at Windsor over the past year in the lockdown, and now, of course, there will be so many memories.
We will be looking at his activities over the years in terms of charities and causes. We'll be talking about his character. We'll be talking about his legacy. How will history view this man?
How do you assess a contribution made over 70 years, for 73 years indeed, as husband, for nearly 70 years as her consort? And it is his support which I think has made an incalculable contribution to the success and the stability of her reign. One person who has known them for many decades said to me she could not have done it without him. And in many ways, this reign has been a partnership between the two of them, even though, of course, he had no constitutional role himself. Now, it was bumpy and difficult for him back in the 1950s. He did find it very challenging, the fact that he had no clear role. It was all trial and error, he said. But he found a role for himself, and in so many ways it was a pioneering role on the environment, the Duke of Edinburgh's award, technology, spiritual matters, and so on. He made a real contribution in his own right to the life of this nation and indeed around the Commonwealth. But most of all, he brought his strength, and I use that word deliberately. We're familiar with the Queen's expression, my strength and stay, but she said, my constant strength and guide at the time of the Diamond Jubilee. He brought his strength in support of the Queen and the British monarchy.
Nick, many thanks. We'll be talking again in a short while. Nicholas Witchell, our royal correspondent there, giving us a sense of some of the themes that we'll need to be talking about in the next hour, because you're watching an extended edition of BBC News at 6. We'll be marking this significant milestone in British public life by reporting on today's tributes and the reaction, and looking at the areas in which the Duke was most influential, the legacy he leaves. But we'll start with this account of the Duke's notable life story with Nicholas Witchell.
First after them, her husband, Philip, Duke of Edinburgh, who, with his hands between the hands of the Queen, becomes her liege man of life and limb and of earthly worship. In the name
At the Queen's coronation, he was the first person after the bishops to pay homage to her. Philip knelt before his wife and pledged his loyalty.
Faith and truth I will bear unto you, live and die.
And so,
Against all manner of
rising, touches the crown upon her head and kisses her upon the left cheek.
As a male consort to a female sovereign, Philip had no constitutional significance. Yet no one was closer to the monarchy or of greater importance to the monarch than he was. By instinct, he was a leader, yet Philip had always to take second place. By nature, he spoke his mind, and that sometimes got him into trouble. Yet, for decade after decade, his was the support that mattered most to the throne. Philip was born in Corfu in 1921. His family was part of European royalty. He was a prince of Greece, but his ancestors were largely Danish, German and Russian. Philip had a rootless childhood. His family was banished from Greece, his parents separated, and he was sent to Gordonston School in northern Scotland. The Spartan atmosphere there suited him. As the Second World War loomed, Philip was an 18-year-old Royal Navy cadet at Dartmouth.
His Majesty walking down the ranks of the cadets.
And when the King and Queen visited the college, they brought with them their 13-year-old daughter, Princess Elizabeth. According to witnesses, Philip showed off a great deal, but the meeting had made a deep impression on the princess. Philip served in the Royal Navy with distinction during the war. When the fighting ended, he started to escort Elizabeth to family gatherings. He changed his name to Philip Mountbatten and became a British citizen. The public realised there was a romance. Yet within Buckingham Palace, Philip was regarded with suspicion. One courtier wrote privately that he was rough, uneducated, and would probably not be faithful. But Elizabeth was deeply in love, and in the summer of 1947, the palace announced their engagement.
It is with the greatest pleasure that the King and Queen announced the betrothal of their dearly beloved daughter, the Princess Elizabeth, to Lieutenant Philip Mountbatten, R.N.
On the 20th of November 1947, the newly created Philip, Duke of Edinburgh, stood within Westminster Abbey and exchanged marriage vows with the heir to the British throne.
I, Philip, take thee, Elizabeth Alexandra Mary. Take thee, Elizabeth Alexandra Mary. To my wedded wife. To my wedded wife.
Again and again the people called for Elizabeth and Philip. Again and again they joyfully responded.
In 1952, the couple set off on a tour of the Commonwealth. The King came with them to the airport. It was the last time they were to see King George VI, who, unknown to his daughter, was in the final stages of lung cancer.
It was a farewell. It was also, as events turned out, goodbye.
It was at a hunting lodge in Kenya that Philip told his wife of her father's death. Someone who was there said Philip looked as though half the world had dropped on him. They returned to London to lead the national mourning.
And now here is the Queen.
His wife was now Queen. Philip was there in support, but he was never given the title Prince Consort, and his role was undefined. He channeled some of his restless energy into a boisterous social life. He and a group of male friends met every week in rooms above a restaurant in London's Soho. There were long, convivial lunches, visits to nightclubs, and glamorous companions. By the 1960s, Philip's life was more settled. He and the Queen had completed their family with 2 more children, Andrew and Edward, who joined Charles and Anne, and he had found a new role for himself.
Is it the 18th we're due back now?
18.
From his office in the palace, he promoted issues in which he had a personal interest.
40 minutes to get round the world. Well, it's going to be a bit of a rush. It may leave you a little bit muddled.
Yet diplomacy seemed alien to him. He urged British industry to pull its finger out and complained on American television that the royal family didn't have enough money.
Inevitably, if nothing happens, we shall either have to, I don't know, we may have to move into smaller premises, who knows?
He blundered on a state visit to China with the Queen. He made what he thought was a private remark about slitty eyes. It was a diplomatic gaffe which dominated the headlines and added to his reputation for making misjudged remarks.
It's all right, Snip.
Yet Philip had a sharp, inquiring mind and was determined to make a contribution of his own. The groundbreaking 60s film Royal Family was made largely at his instigation because he felt it was time for the family to show a more human face to the world.
The salad is ready.
Good.
And for many years he toured the globe as president of the then World Wildlife Fund, speaking out about the need to conserve nature.
We depend on being part of the web of life. We depend on every other living thing on this planet, just as much as they depend on us.
He promoted technology, helped underprivileged children, and had a lifelong interest in spiritual issues. But his most lasting creation was the scheme named after him, the Duke of Edinburgh's Award, which encouraged young people to realise their potential.
To give young people a chance to discover their own abilities for themselves as an introduction to the responsibilities and interests of the grown-up world, and incidentally, to make new friends and have a great deal of fun and satisfaction in the process.
Believe it.
No decade was more difficult for the royal family than the 1990s. The death of Diana, Princess of Wales, was both a family tragedy and a moment of tension for the monarchy. It was the Queen to whom the country looked for public comfort. It was Philip to whom the Queen turned for private support.
And still Prince William, with his head hung, walking next to his grandfather.
It was Philip whose gentle encouragement had persuaded William and Harry to walk behind their mother's coffin to her funeral. And, contrary to his sometimes insensitive image, it had been Philip who'd taken the lead in trying to understand the domestic problems of his children, prompted perhaps by his own memories of what it's like to marry into the royal family. Philip remained physically active at an age when most men would have relished retirement. He went carriage driving, and he was still carrying out more engagements than many younger members of the family. Some he did alone, such as this visit to British troops in Iraq.
How did you get into this?
But most he did with his wife. He was the figure a few paces behind the Queen, always looking out for her, and often guiding children through the barriers to present their flowers to her. By the time of his 90th birthday in June 2011, celebrated at his insistence with little fanfare, he'd accepted that it was time to slow down a little.
I reckon I've done my bit. I want to enjoy myself for a bit now. With less responsibility, less frantic rushing about, less preparation, less trying to think of something to say. On top of that, memory's going. I can't remember names and things. Yes, I'm just sort of winding down.
There was little immediate evidence, though, of any winding down. Despite a serious health scare at Christmas 2011, when he had to be taken to hospital with a blocked coronary artery, he remained at the Queen's side for most of her Diamond Jubilee programme, which took them the length and breadth of the country. It wasn't until 2017 that the Duke, then aged 96, carried out his final solo engagement. It was a parade for the Royal Marines on the forecourt of Buckingham Palace. It was pouring with rain, but, as ever, duty took priority. He took his time meeting those on parade and taking the salute as the Marines marched past to bid him farewell. His life after that was much quieter, spent mostly at the Queen's estate at Sandringham. It was there in January 2019, while he was driving himself from the estate, that he survived a serious road accident. His vehicle overturned, he was badly shaken, and he surrendered his driving licence shortly afterwards. By now he was rarely seen in public. There were occasional appearances at family occasions such as weddings, yet he remained a supportive figure to the Queen and his family. The last sight of him was last month, leaving hospital in London after a month-long stay. He'd undergone treatment for an unspecified heart condition, and he looked frail. While he'd been in hospital, the Queen had had to deal with the aftermath of the Sussexes' US television interview without her husband at her side. Throughout his adult life, despite the formality of his position, Philip retained his own style of doing things. He made his own uncompromising mark on national life. He once summed up his approach in characteristically forthright fashion.
I've just done what I think is my best. I can't suddenly change my whole way of doing things. I can't change my interests. I can't change the way in which I react to things. It's part of that's somebody's style, and it's too bad. You've got to lump it.
Throughout all the monarchy's many ups and downs since the Second World War, Philip, Duke of Edinburgh, the longest-serving consort in British history, was the restless outsider who put his wife and duty first. In doing so, he fulfilled his coronation oath of allegiance to Elizabeth, his Queen. Their marriage and his support were the essential foundations which underpinned the success of her reign. In a speech to celebrate their golden wedding anniversary, the Queen spoke of the debt that she and the country owed him.
He is someone who doesn't take easily to compliments, but he has quite simply been my strength and stay all these years. And I and his whole family, and this and many other countries, owe him a debt greater than he would ever claim, or we shall ever know.
The words of Her Majesty the Queen, ending that report by our royal correspondent Nicholas Witchell, recounting the story of the Duke's eventful and remarkable life. Just after midday today, the flags were lowered at Buckingham Palace, so we'll be talking to our correspondent Sarah Campbell in just a moment. First, we'll go to Windsor, where the Duke passed away this morning. Our correspondent Helena Wilkinson is there. So many memories in Windsor, it's fair to say, Helena, you know, with lots of big crowds there on occasion. Clearly, the current restrictions have an effect on all of that, so I suppose it's quiet reflection there today.
Yes, that's absolutely right, Hugh. This is a town that's seen, as you say, many royal events over the years, both happy and sad events. But today, not surprising, it has been a sombre mood, a reflective mood here at the castle. And as the news of the Duke's death rippled through this royal town, many locals came here outside the castle to reflect and remember, share memories. Some also came to lay flowers just outside of the castle behind us here. We spoke to a young boy called Oscar. He had written a card, and he said in that card, "Your Majesty, so sorry about hearing about your amazing husband." Another lady who we spoke to earlier has said, "It's so sad, I just wanted him to get to 100 years old." The Duke, of course, just a couple of months away from his 100th birthday, and it was here where the Duke of Edinburgh spent his last days. He was discharged from hospital 3 weeks ago, reunited with the Queen here, and they spent much of the last year isolating together because of the pandemic, quietly celebrating the Duke's 99th birthday last year, quietly celebrating their 73rd wedding anniversary. But in the castle here this evening, Hugh, the Queen, now a widow, in mourning for her husband, a husband who was by her side always for so many years.
Helena, thank you very much. And we'll go from Windsor to central London and to Buckingham Palace. And our royal correspondent, Sarah Campbell, is there. And Sarah, again, the focus of crowds on days like this in the past, when there's been mourning, especially on a national level, you'd see far more people. But it's interesting today, of course, that the palace has appealed to people not to turn up, simply for public health reasons.
You're right, Hugh, and I think, you know, the deaths of many thousands of people over the last year perhaps haven't been celebrated in the way that their friends and families would have liked due to the pandemic, and Prince Philip's will be no different. It was tradition that the death announcement was brought out on an easel and placed behind the railings here at Buckingham Palace, but instead of remaining there for many hours, it was taken down after about an hour, and that was due to a fear of attracting crowds. I mean, people have continued to come here and leave flowers all afternoon with messages, many saying thank you to the Duke for his 70 years of service to the country. And people of all ages really have been here. They've wanted to stop and remember him. I spoke to one young woman who said something which I think probably lots of people will be feeling. She said, "He meant something to me. He's been part of my life since I was born." But as much as people want to come to places like this and remember him, as you say, they're being asked not to. They're being asked not to gather at royal residences. There will be a book of condolence, but it's online only. And people are being asked to consider giving a donation to charity instead of leaving flowers. Now, the arrangements for the Duke's funeral will be made public when they've been finalised, when they've been approved by the Queen, but I think it's clear that the pandemic will affect the royal family's plans to honour Prince Philip, as I say, in a way that many, many families have had to deal with as well over the past year.
Sarah, many thanks. Sarah Campbell there for us, our royal correspondent at Buckingham Palace. Well, I mentioned that flags on many buildings, indeed all government buildings across the UK, are being flown at half-mast to mark the Duke's death. Politicians will deliver their own tributes when Parliament is recalled at Westminster on Monday. And all campaigning for May's elections has been suspended for the time being. And as we were reporting there, the government is asking people not to gather or leave flowers at royal residences because of the current restrictions and to minimise travel. Our royal correspondent Daniela Relf reports now on the reaction so far to the news of the Duke's death.
The Union flag at half-mast, above the palace where he had spent so much of his working life, and placed on the gates the official announcement of the Duke of Edinburgh's death.
It is to Her Majesty and her family that our nation's thoughts must turn today, because they have lost not just a much-loved and highly respected public figure, but a devoted husband, and a proud and loving father, grandfather, and in recent years, great-grandfather.
His presence and significance in British national life recognised in the tributes.
The UK has lost an extraordinary public servant in Prince Philip. He dedicated his life to our country, and above all, I think he'll be remembered for his support and devotion to the Queen. And all of our thoughts are with the Queen, the royal family, and the British public as they come together to mourn this huge loss.
Memories of an extraordinary man. A note amongst the flowers left at Windsor, where he died this morning. But the remembrance has gone way beyond this royal town.
On behalf of the Welsh Government and people in all parts of Wales, I offer our deepest condolences to Her Majesty the Queen, Her Majesty's children and their families on this sad occasion.
It is with deep sadness that I have learned of the death of His Royal Highness, the Duke of Edinburgh. It is a sadness that I know will be shared by countless others in Northern Ireland and right across the world.
When any family loses a loved one, it's really difficult, and whilst they may be public figures, they are also a family that are hurting, so I just wanted to extend my condolences to them.
At the Queen's official residence in Scotland, the formal announcement and personal memories.
He had a close association, of course, with Scotland. He went to school in Scotland. I know that he enjoyed all of the time he spent at Balmoral. He had a very long association as Chancellor with the University of Edinburgh. But probably above all of that, the Duke of Edinburgh Award Scheme transformed the lives and gave hope and inspiration to countless numbers of young people.
It was back in July that we last saw the Duke of Edinburgh on an official engagement in Windsor. A rare public appearance and a reminder of his role within royal life.
Prince Philip sums up a life lived well and ended well. And I would say across the nation we can look at this life, feel a deep sense of pride, a deep sense of admiration and gratitude.
The royal family will grieve in private for now. But tonight on the Duke and Duchess of Sussex's charity website, a message that thanks the Duke of Edinburgh for his service, saying he'll be greatly missed. He had remained a memorable public figure for so many.
I want to pay respect to Prince Philip because I really like the royal family and I just feel very bad for them, what happened.
I suppose it was inevitable for a man who's 99 years of age that this will be the final outcome, but it's sad.
He's been a good guy for the country and the royal family and everything. He's served in the forces as well, which is good, like most of the royal family. And I'll miss him.
At York Minster, the bells have been rung 99 times as a mark of respect for the Duke's 99 years. It is a tribute that will be repeated across the UK for a man who held a unique place in public life.
Just a sense of some of the reaction across the UK today. That was Daniela Ralph reporting there. We heard from the Prime Minister earlier. He gave that statement outside number 10 Downing Street soon after the news came through at midday. Let's go to Laura Kuensberg, our political editor in Downing Street. MPs will get their chance to pay tributes on Monday, Laura.
That's right, Hugh. There'll be a special session of the House of Commons coming back a day early from their Easter break on Monday for MPs to pay tribute and show their respects. There's already been a meeting of Cabinet Ministers this afternoon called together that's just finished when heartfelt tributes were paid. And crucially, also, election campaigns in Scotland, Wales and parts of England have been suspended for now. Really normal political business has been put on pause. That is, of course, first and foremost, a mark of respect. But I think it's also an acknowledgement that while our unwritten constitution may not have given Prince Philip an official technical role, there's widespread acknowledgement right across the political spectrum of the importance of what he did and offered to the Queen as her support through all of those years, and in that regard as a real service to the nation. And that's something that politician after politician have acknowledged very publicly and with real emotion. coronation this afternoon. And it's extraordinary to think that Prince Philip was born when Lloyd George was in charge here in Downing Street nearly a century ago. His extraordinary life spanned the administrations of 20 prime ministers, and during so much of that he was part of the very fabric of this country. A note and a reminder perhaps of the permanence of the monarchy, such a contrast to the thrash of daily political life.
Indeed, Laura, thank you very much. Laura Kinsberg, our political editor there, with thoughts in Downing Street. Now, Prince Philip pledged at his marriage in 1947 to give lifelong support to his wife. After she ascended the throne in 1952, he was then a permanent presence at her side. His sense of duty and service has been mentioned in many of today's tributes, including by President Biden, who offered his condolences and said that the Duke's legacy would live on through all the charitable endeavours that he had shaped. Our diplomatic correspondent James Landale reports on reaction around the world to the Duke's death.
The Duke went off on his own the next morning. As alone, that is.
For more than 70 years, the Duke of Edinburgh crisscrossed the world, sometimes at the Queen's side, sometimes on his own, leaving an international legacy that was reflected in the global tributes paid today.
And now breaking news from the UK, the royal family has issued a statement.
Across the world, his death made the headlines. From America, President Biden sent his deepest condolences. From his service during World War II to his 73 years alongside the Queen and his entire life in the public eye, Prince Philip, he said, gladly dedicated himself to the people of the UK, the Commonwealth, and to his family. And it was to the Commonwealth that the Duke travelled so often, sometimes marking members' journeys from empire to independence, sometimes renewing friendships with others where the Queen is head of state.
You should have seen His Royal Highness at the last Commonwealth Heads of Government meeting that took place here in the United Kingdom, both at Windsor and in the Buckingham Palace. It was extraordinary. He was the heart and the soul, and I think he will be greatly missed. He brought spice and excitement wherever he went, and I don't think we'll see the like of him again.
In Australia, a Commonwealth country the Duke visited more than 20 times, the Prime Minister, Scott Morrison, said he embodied a generation that we will never see again. The Prime Minister of New Zealand, Jacinda Ardern, said Prince Philip will be fondly remembered for the encouragement he gave to so many young New Zealanders through his Duke of Edinburgh Awards scheme.
40 minutes to get round the world. Well, it's going to be a bit of a rush. It may leave you...
The Duke had a global perspective, even presenting a television programme about his travels, but also representing Britain at memorials for a world war in which he played an active part. Chancellor Merkel said his friendship with Germany would not be forgotten. President Macron of France said he lived an exemplary life defined by bravery and duty. Greek-born, of Danish blood, the Duke was an elder statesman of European royalty. In a telegram to the Queen, the Spanish royal family said, "Dear Aunt Lilibet, we're deeply saddened to hear about the passing away of dear Uncle Philip." One place, of course, where the Duke may be especially missed is the island of Tanna in the southwest Pacific, where he was worshipped by some as a god.
James Landale there with the global perspective. It's just turned 6:30 p.m. and you're watching an extended edition of BBC News at 6. And if you're waiting for the news where you are, well, here's a promise. It'll be on for you at 7 o'clock. So it's coming up after this with all the day's news, plus, of course, reaction in all of the areas across the UK to today's news from Windsor Castle. And then at 7:30, there will be a special tribute programme hosted by my colleague Sophie Rayworth. That is all to come. But I'm joined once again by our royal correspondent, Nicholas Witchell. What I really wanted to ask now, Nick, was about the decisions that have to be made, some of them practical, logistical decisions, to do with the days ahead. What can we tell viewers about that?
Well, I think it is just common sense, Hugh, and people will understand that much of this has been planned in advance. It has to be. At the moment, that single bell that we saw is tolling at Westminster Abbey. There will be gun salutes in London tomorrow. The palace is very sharply aware of the COVID restrictions on crowds gathering. So I think we can say that there will be no large-scale funeral. That's just completely out of the question. And that would be what he, the Duke, will have wanted. No fuss will have been his instruction, I'm quite sure, and that is how it is going to be. As Sarah was saying, the palace is asking people not to leave flowers. There are online books of condolences are being opened, and the palace is asking people to make a donation either to a charity of their choice or to one of the charities supported by the Duke. So let us imagine that there will be a funeral at Windsor. I think that's a pretty safe bet. I would have thought in about a week or so. But there will still be work to do in the interim. None of this, I should stress, is confirmed, but I think that that's probably the way we will discover things are. And the royal family will come together, an essentially family funeral, to pay tribute to a husband, a father, a grandfather, and a great-grandfather. And, of course, I would think that a grandson will come from America. Prince Harry will come for that funeral to be reunited with the rest of his family so that they can together pay tribute to the Duke of Edinburgh.
And again, Nick, this is difficult, I know, because of the circumstances we're in, but when we think about the kind of service that would have been planned, the kind of people who would have been invited or who would expect to be invited, would the form of the service and the kind of formality around the arrangements, will that be revised now?
I think, again, in line with what he would always have wanted, there will be, I would imagine, a minimum of ceremonial. Now, the fact that he's passed away at Windsor, of course, affects the amount of ceremonial that is possible, quite apart from the circumstances at the moment. He had no constitutional position, so there is no need for diplomatic and the sort of constitutional guests that you would get in the case of a head of state, for example, a completely different matter. But this has all been planned, and the finishing touches will be being put to that plan, but it is very much, or it will very much be a funeral based around the COVID restrictions.
Nick, once again, many thanks. Nicholas Witchell there, our royal correspondent, with his latest thoughts on what might happen in the next few days. Many have remarked on the gulf between the Duke's public role, always a few steps behind Her Majesty the Queen, and his family role, where his word was often said to be law. His influence on the life of the royal family over several decades can be seen in many decisions and reforms, as our royal correspondent Sarah Campbell tells us.
Great roar from the crowd outside Buckingham Palace.
While the Queen took centre stage in public life, when it came to family matters, it was Prince Philip who was in charge. When Elizabeth came to the throne, Philip had to leave the Navy. It was unusual in the 1950s and 60s for the man of the household to give up his career to support his wife and children. But he had little choice but to fit his life around her unique position. And, as their home movies show, he did so with gusto.
First-hand accounts that I've been told by people who were there at the time of Prince Philip not just bathing the children, playing with the children, but reading to the children. He was a hands-on dad.
His was an unusual childhood, split up from his parents and his 4 sisters, one of whom was tragically killed.
The pleasures of family life are enjoyed by the baby's mother and father less frequently than by ordinary parents.
Royal duties involved frequent foreign travel, but as Philip's family grew, he was determined to do things differently.
I always aim to be home during the holidays anyway, so that I can see the children. I mean, we try and keep the children out of the public eye, largely so that they can grow up as normally as possible.
What's this for?
In 1969,
What's this for?
Philip allowed the TV cameras in for a behind-the-scenes documentary. This was the royal family, as never seen before or since, reportedly on the instruction of the Queen. Decisions such as schooling were his,
Gordonston, the Scottish boarding school, had suited Philip as a youngster, and so that's where he chose to send his sons. While in later life, Prince Charles praised the school's ethos, his years there, far from home, were difficult.
Prince Charles has his memories, and that when it comes to Prince Philip's motives in what he was doing as a father, it was to try to toughen up his son, to correct what he perceived as weaknesses. I suppose, ultimately, perhaps to recreate the self-reliant, self-confident boy that Philip was turned into by the Gordonston system.
Father and son did come to share common ground, however. The Duke passed on his love of painting and a passion for the environment and conservation. His relationship with his other children was more straightforward. The bond with Princess Anne was clear. Alike in many ways, she was outspoken, and she knew how to deal with her father's similarly frank manner. He shared a naval background with Prince Andrew, both having served in fields of conflict. And he may have been disappointed when Prince Edward chose to leave the Royal Marines, but over the years their relationship grew ever closer. It was to his youngest son that Philip entrusted perhaps his greatest legacy, the Duke of Edinburgh's award.
What's it like working with your father?
He doesn't, don't worry.
It's very easy.
He does his own thing.
And now the veil is thrown back and we can see the Princess of Wales.
There were difficult years when the marriages of 3 of his 4 children failed, the most public, the split of Charles and Diana. What emerged much later, to the surprise of some, was the extent to which he tried to help. During the breakup, he'd written to his daughter-in-law, and the tone of his letters and her replies revealed a softer, compassionate side to the Duke rarely seen in public. Dearest Pa, she wrote in 1992, that she was pleased to receive his letter, and particularly so to read that he was desperately anxious to help. He replied, if invited, he would always do his utmost to help, but was quite ready to concede that he had no talents as a marriage counsellor.
There was no doubt on her part that gruff and stern though Philip could often be, that his motives were of the best, and she appreciated that.
Into his 90s, public engagements became fewer, but family events, like Princess Charlotte's christening, remained a priority. In 2018, despite a recent hip replacement, he walked unaided into the chapel for his grandson Harry's wedding. 2 years later, isolating at Windsor, he was there for his granddaughter Beatrice.
A heavy program of official engagements prevents the Princess and the Duke from seeing their son as often as they wish. It is only on occasions like this that they can enjoy the happiness of parenthood.
It was a long life, where duty and family responsibility often came into conflict. The pandemic, as has been the case for so many families, deprived his loved ones of direct contact with him in his final months. His diminishing influence as the family patriarch coincided with a time of great public and private upset for the family. Perhaps the Duke's steadying influence and forthright manner were missed. His children, grandchildren and great-grandchildren will be united in mourning his loss.
Our correspondent Sarah Campbell there talking about the Duke's influence on the family, different generations of the family, and on his relationships with different members of the family over the years. Now, we heard earlier from some of the political leaders across the UK. We heard from the First Minister in Scotland and the First Minister of Wales, and indeed in Northern Ireland. Maybe we should add a little more now about the sense of the public reaction. So let's join our Scotland editor, Sarah Smith at Holyrood. The First Minister's message was clear earlier, Sarah. What can you tell us about maybe some wider reaction given the links between the family and Scotland?
Yes, well, people in Edinburgh feel an obvious connection to Prince Philip, the Duke of Edinburgh, and the confirmation of his death was posted on the gates here at Holyrood Palace, just as it was at Buckingham Palace this afternoon. And the First Minister said she extended her deepest sympathy to the royal family on behalf of all of the people of Scotland, noting the long contribution to public life in Scotland from the Duke of Edinburgh and saying it had left a profound mark on its people. The most significant and immediate consequence of the death of His Royal Highness was the immediate suspension of all political campaigning in the Scottish parliamentary election. That will not resume again until Tuesday. And the Duke of Edinburgh was a frequent visitor to this city. He always said he had a soft spot for it, dating all the way back to his time when he was stationed at Rosyth, nearby in Fife, during World War II, when he and some of the other sailors used to come into Edinburgh for a bit of R&R. He was also the Chancellor of Edinburgh University for over 50 years, where people said that during that time he provided invaluable support to students and to staff behind the scenes. And of course he had connections right across Scotland, dating from his time at Gordonston School all the way up to all those long family holidays at Balmoral Castle in Deeside.
Sarah, thank you so much. Sarah Smith on the many links between the Duke and the city of Edinburgh. Let's go to Belfast. Our correspondent Emma Vardy is there. We heard from Arlene Foster earlier, and indeed from the Deputy First Minister as well. I'm just thinking, Emma, what have you picked up today on the public's response to today's news?
Well, look, the Duke of Edinburgh visited Northern Ireland more than 50 times over 7 decades, and he was pictured at some of its most famous locations here, including with the Queen at the incredible Giant's Causeway. And it's quite fitting, really, that his final visit to Northern Ireland was in 2017, when he came to meet many young people who'd completed his Duke of Edinburgh Awards scheme. But look, people have also been remembering today how Prince Philip continued to visit Northern Ireland during the difficult days of the Troubles, and that was all brought very close to home for him when his uncle, Lord Mountbatten, was murdered by the IRA when a bomb was detonated on his boat at Mullaghmore in Ireland in 1979. So it is significant today that among those people paying tribute to him was Michelle O'Neill, the deputy leader of Sinn Féin, of course the Republican Party that was once best known as the political wing of the IRA. Now, of course, in Northern Ireland in recent days, we have seen scenes of disorder breaking out, more reminiscent of the past. And there were a number of loyalist protests planned for tonight, which have now been called off by various organisations as a mark of respect.
Emma, thanks so much. Emma Vardy, our correspondent there in Belfast. Let's get the mood after this news in Wales then. Let's go down to Cardiff Castle, and my colleague Sian Lloyd is there. And of course, the Duke had been a frequent visitor to Cardiff over the years. Sian was Colonel of the Welsh Guards for many years. What are people saying there today?
Well, Hugh, people across Wales have been paying their tributes to the Duke of Edinburgh, and at civic buildings, including here at Cardiff Castle, flags have been lowered and online books of condolence have been opened for people to leave their personal messages. Over the years, the Duke of Edinburgh visited Wales on numerous occasions, often accompanying the Queen, of course. But it will be a visit that he made in the immediate aftermath of the Aberfan disaster in 1966 that will be particularly remembered by many here today. At that time, 116 children and 28 adults lost their lives when coal slurry engulfed Pantglas School, and the Duke arrived very soon after that disaster. He spoke to grieving families and to members of the rescue teams, and he offered comfort to many. He returned a week later with the Queen, and the couple returned to Aberfan on numerous occasions over the years. The Duke of Edinburgh had a lasting relationship with Wales and its people, and he took a keen interest in Welsh life, from serving as Chancellor of the University of Wales to attending the opening of the Senedd, where tributes will be paid on Monday.
Sian, many thanks again. Sian Lloyd with some of the thoughts there in Cardiff and indeed across Wales. We've been talking about the influences on Prince Philip as he grew up, and of course his career in the Royal Navy as a young man was seen as a hugely important influence on his character. As a midshipman, he was mentioned in dispatches for his bravery. That's something that Boris Johnson mentioned today. And when royal duties displaced his naval career, he then worked to keep Britain's maritime history very much alive. My colleague Rita Chakrabarti looks at the Duke's lifelong attachment and loyalty to the Royal Navy.
The Royal Navy and life at sea were a huge part of the Duke of Edinburgh's career. It had been a British destroyer that had taken him, as a toddler, into exile from his native Greece. Two of his sons were naval officers, Prince Charles and Prince Andrew, taking up where he'd left off after his wife became Queen. Prince Philip joined the Navy straight from school. As a cadet, he first met Princess Elizabeth in 1939, when she visited Britannia Royal Naval College in Dartmouth with her parents. Active service came during World War II in 1940 as a midshipman on the old battleship HMS Ramillies. Years later, he reflected on life as a sailor.
You're exposed to the elements in a way which you're not ashore in any time, because you've got your feet on the earth, as it were, and you've got some sort of security, shelter and so on. Whereas at sea, you're in a cockle shell in this enormous expanse of the ocean, so that tends to cut you down to size a bit.
In 1941, Philip joined HMS Valiant, operating in some danger in the Mediterranean. During the Battle of Cape Matapan, he earned a mention in dispatches for directing searchlights onto enemy cruisers.
We were hit by two bombs. The whole ship bent like that with the explosions, and actually bent sufficiently for some of the hatches down below to be jammed. So several people rang up and said, please, can you get a tin opener? We'd like to get out, you know.
Promotion followed, and a posting to a destroyer on hazardous convoy duty in the North Sea, before he returned to the Mediterranean in support of the Allied invasion of Sicily. At the end of the war, he was in Tokyo Bay to witness the surrender of Japanese forces. After his marriage, he studied at the Royal Naval College in Greenwich and was posted to Malta, where Princess Elizabeth joined him as an officer's wife. It was clearly a happy time for them both. In 1950, Philip was given his first command, the frigate HMS Magpie. But his active naval career ended 2 years later when the Queen succeeded to the throne. He accepted this momentous change in his life and simply got on with the job. But his contemporaries always believed that he could have achieved high rank.
I remember Lord Mountbatten talking to me when I was First Sea Lord, and he said, of course, if Philip had stayed in the Navy, there would have been great competition between you. I don't think the competition would have been very strong, actually. He would have got it.
Do you think so?
Oh, yes.
Royal duties were now his first priority. But the Duke maintained his interest in Britain's maritime heritage. And on the 50th anniversary of the end of the war, he was quick to leave the royal podium to march alongside his old comrades.
Rita Chakrabarti there with the Duke's very strong attachment to the Royal Navy. There's no question, of course, that one of Prince Philip's greatest contributions to public life, indeed, some would say the greatest, was the scheme that he established back in 1956, very familiar scheme, the Duke of Edinburgh's Award. At the time, the scheme was seen by many people as radical and pioneering, encouraging young people to explore new challenges, to take risks and to show their own initiative. As our correspondent Elaine Dunkley reports now, the scheme has indeed enriched the lives of millions of young people, even during this pandemic.
The Duke of Edinburgh's Award. Activities, expeditions and adventures. For millions of people, it has been part of growing up. It aims to give young people from all backgrounds a sense of achievement outside of the classroom through field trips and volunteering.
How many times do you think you got lost?
For these pupils at secondary school in the heart of Manchester, the experience has been life-changing.
Like when you go on Duke of Edinburgh, it's just a whole different environment. It's like green everywhere, like as far as you can see.
Even signing up for it was a bit out of my comfort zone, because prior to it
I was quite shy and reserved and didn't really talk to many people in my year.
I've been working for a charity shop in my community, and I think definitely it's been a very interesting. You get to meet lots of new people, get to talk to lots of interesting people, hear their story.
Had fun and made so many friends without, I don't know how I'd have gotten through my high school years, honestly. It's really, really good.
It began in 1956 and grew out of the Duke's own experiences at Gordonston. The award's ethos was rooted in the philosophy of the school's headmaster, Kurt Hahn, who felt that education should be about more than just academic achievement.
It was based on Hahn's theory that you shouldn't be a specialist in any one thing, and he felt that that you shouldn't concentrate entirely on academic education. His philosophy was that if you could get young people to succeed in any area of activity, that mere sensation of success would spread over into a lot of others.
When the scheme first started, it was considered quite revolutionary, but it also had its detractors.
I think a lot of organisations thought it was going to be a rival. The Scouts, the Guides, Outward Bound Trust, all kinds of people thought, oh dear, here comes another youth organisation to rival us. The cleverness was that it was a programme which was complementary and not competitive, so anyone could do it.
The programme has moved with the times. It started as a boys-only group, and even when girls joined, there was a gender divide.
Can you tell me how you'll be able to get instructors and adjudicators to teach things like marriage and make-up and all the other new schemes you've mentioned in the pamphlet?
Oh, make-up we've got no problem. Marriage might be a bit more difficult.
From helping at food banks to vaccination centres, during the pandemic, many young people have volunteered through the scheme.
Are you here for the vaccine, madam? All right. I think the Duke of Edinburgh is fantastic to gain, especially independence. Everyone can do it. Everyone's helping the community. Everyone's being active. Everyone's learning a new skill. And I think the inclusion of the youth is fantastic.
OK, guys, ready to go?
Throughout the decades, the awards have been based on physical activity, skills, service and expedition. What you choose to do in each category is almost unlimited. Then there are 3 levels, gold, silver and bronze.
It's his vision and energy that created the organisation that enabled many, many young people to be able to access these development opportunities. And he was an absolute sort of stalwart champion for young people's sort of opportunities and development right the way through until he retired. While this is it's an incredibly sort of sad moment to reflect on his passing, we are incredibly optimistic about the fact that we can build on his incredible legacy, and the award will still be going strong many, many years from now.
Its popularity and success has spread across the globe, with more than 140 countries taking part. The scheme that bears his name will perhaps be his greatest legacy, a testament to the ideas and outlook of the Duke of Edinburgh.
Just a good reflection there on the worth of the Duke of Edinburgh Award Scheme, which of course has benefited many millions of young people. Let's have a final word at this stage with our royal correspondent, Nicholas Witchell. One of the big advantages, Nick, of course, today in an extended programme like this is to show lots of the story, lots of the images. Lots of people in the UK today of a younger age will not be familiar with the Duke and the role that he's played.
It's a generational thing, isn't it? I mean, people of our age will appreciate the colour that he brought to the national stage over so many decades. But he had a keen affinity with younger people, as we've just seen through the Duke of Edinburgh's award scheme. 7 million people in, I think it's about 130 countries around the world have taken part in it. And I watched him not so many years ago at St James's Palace giving out the gold awards. And he still really enjoyed that. He did have this affinity with younger people. He once described himself as a discredited Balkan prince of no particular merit. This was a man from European royalty, born a prince of Greece, though principally of Danish blood. And he came to be one of the most influential and important outsiders to marry into the House of Windsor. He had a sharp mind and a sharp tongue. He didn't suffer fools. He could be arrogant and abrasive. Somebody once said there was a sense of danger about him, but the Queen was absolutely devoted to him throughout their 73 years of marriage. And you know, when finally I think the reign of Queen Elizabeth II does come to an end and we assess its importance within the long history of the monarchy within the United Kingdom, The name of Prince Philip, Duke of Edinburgh, will deserve great credit for the contribution that he made to the success and stability of this reign.
Indeed. Nick, once again, thank you so much. Nicholas Witchell there with his thoughts, our royal correspondent. So at that time, let's go to Nick, who's got the latest on the weather for us. Hi, Nick.
Hello, Hugh. This cold front has reintroduced Arctic air across many parts of the UK today, and that's going to lead to a cold weekend with some sunshine, but also a few wintry showers around. Along that weather front, we've had some rain today across parts of Wales, the Midlands and East Anglia. More southern England will see some of that overnight. It'll also turn wetter overnight in the Channel Islands, but the cloud will keep the frost at bay, whereas elsewhere, under clear skies, a very frosty night to come with still a few wintry showers into Northern Ireland and northern Scotland. So for the weekend, a high pressure sitting to the west of us will draw in the air from that cold direction, the north, but another set of weather fronts will just brush southeast England with some outbreaks of rain, perhaps into parts of East Anglia, but more especially in a line from Essex across to Hampshire southwards, and a keen, chilly northeasterly breeze with that. Whereas elsewhere, there's plenty of sunshine, just a few of these showers getting going again of rain, but also sleet, hail, some snow to higher ground, and there may be thundery in Scotland. And single-figure temperatures well below average for the time of year. It's a cold day. Now, Saturday evening and night, the rain will clear away from southeast England. Wintry showers elsewhere will slowly fade, and we're left with another clear start on Sunday morning, but another cold and frosty one. With sunshine, a few wintry showers, largely by the afternoon confined to England and Wales, clouding over in Northern Ireland, some rain, sleet and snow edging towards Scotland. A cold day becoming less cold next week, Hugh.
Nick, thank you very much. Nick Miller there with the weather for us. There is continuing coverage on BBC Two and on the BBC News Channel with Clive Myrie. And here on BBC One, we'll be joining our news teams where you are. I'll be back to later at 10. We'll leave you now with a blend of memorable images from the life of Prince Philip. Goodbye.
After a long and eventful life, Prince Philip, the Duke of Edinburgh, has died at the age of 99. Prince Philip was, by some distance, the longest-serving royal consort in British history, a role he'd made his own. From the day of his marriage to the future Queen and throughout her long reign, he was at her side in good times and bad.
He has quite simply been my strength and stay all these years, and I and his whole family, and this and many other countries, owe him a debt greater than he would ever claim, or we shall ever know.
The Duke of Edinburgh's award scheme for young people is just one of the achievements he will be remembered for, and for which he has received praise from political leaders.
Like the expert carriage driver that he was, he helped to steer the royal family and the monarchy so that it remains an institution indisputably vital to the balance and happiness of our national life.
In recent years, the Duke was rarely seen in public. He'd retired from public duties in 2017 after 70 years of service. Prince Philip was last seen as he returned home to Windsor on the 16th of March, following a month-long stay in hospital. His loss will be felt most keenly today by his widow, the Queen, whose reign has been sustained by his advice and presence. You're watching BBC News in the UK, on PBS and around the globe. Buckingham Palace has announced the death of His Royal Highness Prince Philip, the Duke of Edinburgh. In a statement, the palace said, "It is with deep sorrow that Her Majesty the Queen announces the death of her beloved husband, His Royal Highness the Prince Philip, Duke of Edinburgh. His Royal Highness passed away peacefully this morning at Windsor Castle." Further announcements will be made in due course. The royal family join with people around the world in mourning his loss. Flags on all government buildings across the United Kingdom are being flown at half-mast to mark the Duke's death. Politicians will deliver their own tributes when Parliament is recalled at Westminster on Monday. All campaigning for May's elections has been suspended. The government is asking people not to gather or leave flowers at royal residences because of the current restrictions and to minimise travel. Well, our royal correspondent, Nicholas Whitchell, is here with us now. Nick, we are going through a time of national crisis with coronavirus. And it's clear that the Queen's messages during this time have helped unite the country in the middle of all this. And yet, with the Duke by her side, he has been part of the reason the royal family has been so successful, and indeed the Queen's reign has been so successful over so many years.
He's been described to me as the unsung hero of this reign, and that it's not generally appreciated, that the reign has been a team effort, a partnership between the two of them, notwithstanding, as we keep saying, he had no constitutional role, and Queen Elizabeth is absolutely, no impropriety in terms of letting him see constitutional state documents. But it was his role in support of her that was so important, because she came to the throne at the age of 25, quite a shy, reserved young woman, daunted by the prospect, very businesslike, took on the kind of executive responsibilities of being head of state. But she needed to have this very self-confident, self-reliant husband at her side. Now, as we have been saying, he found it difficult because there was resistance from the courtiers from Buckingham Palace as it was then, and he found it a very bumpy time. They were absolutely bloody to him, one of his friends at the time said. But he fought through that. There was great frustration at the time, but he found a role for himself, made a contribution of his own, but most importantly, he made this contribution in support of her. And that, I think, is what he will be remembered most for, and certainly appreciated for, within the royal family and within the sort of central nucleus of the state, if you like, that he was there 2 steps behind the Queen, but always sort of metaphorically at her side. He was the one person to whom she could turn in difficult moments, the one person she could absolutely rely on, and she took advantage of that. I mean, it's suggested, for example, that he used to write or draft the Queen's Christmas broadcast, or and I think one got a clue to that in some of the tributes that she paid to him. My strength and stay, she said famously at the time of the Golden Wedding, my constant strength and guide, she said at the time of the Diamond Jubilee. Well, for somebody who's been on the throne for 60 years, and she's very precise about the wording and the vocabulary that she uses, my constant strength and guide. That gives you a clue, I think, from the Queen as to just how important he was.
But finding that role in the 1950s, a man of action, in the Navy, could have pursued that career, but he didn't. He gave it up for the woman that he loved and for the country that he loved. To play that second fiddle role effective, that must have been so hard at that time.
It was, and that's why he found it so difficult. Yes, he could have, it said, risen to the top of the Royal Navy, could have been First Sea Lord, this sort of thing. He was, he's a dominant personality, a natural leader, a natural alpha male kind of thing. Now, those were the characteristics about him with which the Queen clearly fell in love as Princess Elizabeth, and she never had any thought of anyone else to be her husband. And, of course, Philip was... it was almost the one rebellious thing she did in her life. He wasn't from Eton and the Guards. He was from Gordonston and the Royal Navy. He came from this fractured, rootless past. Although he was, like the Queen, from a royal background, he was from European royalty, born as a Prince of Greece, booted out of the country when he and his family had to flee when he was just very small. He's not, no Greek blood in him at all. He was actually mostly Danish and a bit of German and a bit of Russian and British. And then he settled in the United Kingdom, found his roots here. And it was really at places like Gordonston that this very self-reliant, tough-minded young man, very self-confident, emerged. And that then was translated into the Royal Navy. And as I say, he could have gone far in that. But during the Second World War, he came together with the younger Princess Elizabeth. A love affair developed. It was sort of arranged, he has been quoted as saying, by his uncle, Earl Mountbatten. But there was undoubtedly, a real emotional connection between the two of them. And he was absolutely committed to doing his duty in the way that people of that generation perceived duty to be loyal and constant and steadfast, which I think, history will judge that in the main is what he did.
Indeed. All right, Nick, many thanks. Nicholas Witchell, our royal correspondent there. Well, tributes have been paid to the Duke since his death was announced earlier today. Our royal correspondent, Daniela Ralph, reports now on the reaction to the news of the Duke's death.
The Union flag at half-mast, above the palace where he had spent so much of his working life, and placed on the gates the official announcement of the Duke of Edinburgh's death.
It is to Her Majesty and her family that our nation's thoughts must turn today, because they have lost not just a much-loved and highly respected public figure, but a devoted husband and a proud and loving father, grandfather, and, in recent years, great-grandfather.
His presence and significance in British national life recognised in the tributes.
The UK has lost an extraordinary public servant in Prince Philip. He dedicated his life to our country. And above all, I think he'll be remembered for his support and devotion to the Queen. And all of our thoughts are with the Queen, the royal family, and the British public as they come together to mourn this huge loss.
Memories of an extraordinary man. A note amongst the flowers left at Windsor, where he died this morning. But the remembrance has gone way beyond this royal town.
On behalf of the Welsh Government and people in all parts of Wales, I offer our deepest condolences to Her Majesty the Queen, Her Majesty's children and their families on this sad occasion.
It is with deep sadness that I have learned of the death of His Royal Highness, the Duke of Edinburgh. It is a sadness that I know will be shared by countless others in Northern Ireland and right across the world.
When any family loses a loved one, it's really difficult, and whilst they may be public figures, they are also a family that are hurting, so I just wanted to extend my condolences to them.
At the Queen's official residence in Scotland, the formal announcement and personal memories.
He had a close association, of course, with Scotland. He went to school in Scotland. I know that he enjoyed all of the time he spent at Balmoral. He had a very long association as Chancellor with the University of Edinburgh. But probably above all of that, the Duke of Edinburgh Award Scheme transformed the lives and gave hope and inspiration to countless numbers of young people.
It was back in July that we last saw the Duke of Edinburgh on an official engagement in Windsor. A rare public appearance and a reminder of his role within royal life.
Prince Philip sums up a life lived well and ended well. And I would say across the nation we can look at this life, feel a deep sense of pride, a deep sense of admiration and gratitude.
The royal family will grieve in private for now, but tonight on the Duke and Duchess of Sussex's charity website, a message that thanks the Duke of Edinburgh for his service, saying he'll be greatly missed. He had remained a memorable public figure for so many.
I want to pay respect to Prince Philip because I really like the royal family and I just feel very bad for them, what happened.
I suppose it was inevitable for a man who's 99 years of age that this will be the final outcome, but it's sad.
He's been a good guy for the country and the royal family and everything. He's served in the forces as well, which is good, like most of the royal family. And I'll miss him.
At York Minster, the bells have been rung 99 times as a mark of respect for the Duke's 99 years. It is a tribute that will be repeated across the UK for a man who held a unique place in public life.
Daniela Ralph reporting there. Helena Wilkinson is at Windsor for us this evening. Helena, many will have wanted to turn up, pay their own tributes, perhaps leave flowers and so on. But of course, COVID has made that more difficult for many.
Yes, I think, Clive, it would have been a different situation here at Windsor Castle had it not been for the fact that we still remain under some COVID restrictions. But when the news rippled through this royal town that the Duke of Edinburgh had died, locals mainly started coming here to the castle. They laid some flowers, some bouquets of flowers just outside of the castle. Some cards were laid too, but then the palace later on this afternoon was urging members of the public not to lay flowers outside Windsor Castle and Buckingham Palace, and if they wanted to, they could donate to a charity. We spoke to a little boy called Oscar who left a card here. In that card he wrote, "Your Majesty, so sorry about hearing about your amazing husband." And another lady we spoke to said, "It's really sad. I just wanted him to get to 100." The Duke of Edinburgh, of course, a couple of months off his 100th birthday. But he and the Queen had been isolating here for the past year since the pandemic began to unravel. They quietly celebrated the Duke's 99th birthday last year here and quietly celebrated their 73rd wedding anniversary. And of course, he spent, as we've heard, a month in hospital. He came back here 3 weeks ago to Windsor Castle. So some comfort perhaps for the Queen, who is here at Windsor Castle tonight, that she did manage to spend some time with her husband. But Her Majesty tonight is in mourning for her husband, a man who was by her side, Clive, for so many years.
I mean, plenty to do and to plan in the next few days. Are we getting any more details about the arrangements, potentially, Helena, for a funeral service?
We have had some details, Clive. Again, they have had to be revised, or the funeral arrangements have had to be revised given the COVID restrictions, of course. Like so many other people who've lost loved ones, they haven't been able to mourn and have funerals in the same way that they would have been able to. But the details we've had at the moment, or so far, is that the Duke of Edinburgh's body will rest here at Windsor Castle ahead of the funeral, and that funeral will take place in St George's Chapel, which is the chapel inside the grounds of Windsor Castle. Again, though, the public have been respectfully requested to not attempt to attend or participate in any of the events that make up the funeral. So those are the details we have at the moment. The Palace will, of course, release more details as and when they have finalised those details. But as I say tonight, some people still gathered here outside the castle, and the thoughts are with Her Majesty the Queen.
Indeed. OK, Helena, thank you for that. Helena Wilkinson there live at Windsor. Well, one of Prince Philip's greatest contributions to public life was the award scheme he established in 1956, the Duke of Edinburgh's Award. At the time, the scheme was seen as a radical and pioneering and encouraged young people to explore new challenges, take risks and show initiative. Baroness Tanni Gray-Thompson is Chair of Trustees at the Duke of Edinburgh Award, and she joins us now. Good evening to you. Thank you very much indeed for being with us. It will be seen as one of his greatest legacies, and yet it was born out of controversy at the time. The Scouts were upset that the scheme was actually being put forward, but it's been an enormous success.
Well, I think one of the amazing legacies is that we work in partnership with a huge range of youth organisations, and it's a testament that, 65 years after it's founded, the charity is still going incredibly strong. And even in COVID times, we've had huge sign up from young people, which is amazing. And so while parts of the award that young people are able to do now are different, the basic elements are still the same. And 6.7 million young people have benefited from taking part in the award.
I mean, I did the scheme myself, and I will never forget the Duke himself landing on our sports ground up in wintry Bolton many years ago, too many for me to remember now. But he was so enthusiastic about the scheme, and he seemed to feed off the enjoyment that we got as members of the scheme in achieving something that perhaps we wouldn't have done without the scheme. He seemed to sort of feed off that, and he seemed to give him energy.
Absolutely. And it was amazing seeing him talking to the young people. He wanted to know the parts of the award they'd enjoyed, the parts they'd found challenging. I think one of the strengths of it is that you might, in, say, volunteering, do something you're already doing, but to complete the award, you have to do things that challenge you. And he would spend a lot of time with young people, their families, and you'd come away from those moments just wanting to do more in terms of signing up more young people to have the opportunity to do it. There's no doubt, being part of the royal family added a lot of weight to the charity, but that people will have many fond memories of the different parts of the awards they've done. And where we are now, it's needed more than ever. With young people, GCSEs, A-levels being cancelled, we really strongly believe the award can be a very central point in young people's lives as they transition out of school and college and go on with the rest of their lives.
How does it help young people?
Well, we know from talking to young people, it builds resilience, it helps challenge them, it encourages, it makes them do things that they wouldn't normally do. For the Gold Award, they have to do a residential, so they have to mix with young people that they've never met before. So it really pushes young people out of the comfort zone. Probably the expedition is the bit that most people talk about in terms of the challenge that it is. But actually, from people who've done it all through the years, every single person I've spoken to has said that they've got something personally, they've learned something from it, which they've then taken on into the rest of their lives.
How is it changing? How is it modernising now? I mean, I did it back in the late 70s, early 80s. One assumes it's transformed since then. And of course, Prince Edward is the patron now. I mean, I just wonder how it is adapting to the 21st century as an award scheme.
Well, we're very fortunate the Earl of Wessex is also part of the trustee board, so he brings the family history and the knowledge to it. It's the fact young people have this huge range of options that they can choose what they do. And, people doing dance and doing different types of volunteering. There's some of it that's on young people. We give them a list of options to kind of spark the enthusiasm. It's the fact that young people can choose the things that interest them most, I think is really important. I mean, who would imagine 65 years ago that we'd be talking about doing things through technology, which young people are doing now, programming and coding and things like that, which are, really quite exciting. So I think it's a testament to his legacy that the main strands haven't changed, but the content beneath them has evolved and moved on.
And what are your memories of the man himself?
His enthusiasm, his passion for caring about young people, genuinely interested in what young people had to say. And whatever they said, whether it was the good bits, the challenging bits, he would take that on board and feed it back in. And just you'd come away just feeling inspired by these young people. We now work in young offenders institutes. We work across a whole range of young people. And because of his tenacity, we've been able to do that.
Okay. Baroness Tanni Gray-Thompson, it's a pleasure to talk to you on a sad day, but thank you anyway. Thank you very much indeed. Now, President Biden is among a host of world leaders who've sent their condolences. He said Prince Philip had gladly dedicated himself to the people of the UK and the Commonwealth and had seen the world change dramatically over his 99 years. In a statement released by Barack and Michelle Obama, the former US president and former First Lady said Prince Philip was kind and warm with a sharp wit and unfailing good humour. We will miss him. And another former president, Donald Trump, has said Philip was a man who embodied the noble soul and proud spirit of the United Kingdom and the Commonwealth. As we grieve his loss, we celebrate his memory and rededicate ourselves to the values to which he devoted his extraordinary life. Let's get some more US reaction now from our correspondent Laura Trevelyan, who's in Washington for us. Tributes there from the former leaders and, of course, President Biden himself. The Duke, his relationship with the United States, just sum that up for us.
Well, really, the Duke is part of the special relationship between Britain and the United States. And specifically, former President Barack Obama said that. And he pointed out that the monarchy, with its sense of continuity and service, that it is part of the embodiment of the special relationship between Britain and the United States. And what's so interesting when you read these statements from former presidents, all of whom have met the Duke, have been hosted by Prince Philip and the Queen at Buckingham Palace, and they've all talked about his charm, his grace, his wit, his unfailing good humour. There's a very funny story about former President George W. Bush finding Buckingham Palace for the plumbing there to be rather elderly and decrepit. And you can just imagine the sense you get from reading all these tributes is how Prince Philip was so gregarious and welcoming to these foreigners. And there's also such an interesting bit in President Obama's statement, Clive, where he said, Prince Philip showed the world what it meant to be a supportive husband to a powerful woman. So how he was actually a symbol of modernity in those 73 years that he was the consort to Elizabeth.
Indeed, and all those leaders, they understood that he was an integral part of what the royal family is. As much as the Queen, to a degree. He was by her side for such a long time. He was an ear that she could whisper in. And they understood that. All world leaders understood that he was a big part of what made the royal family what it is.
And of course, he made 22,000 public engagements by himself. And that's also reflected in these statements from current and previous presidents, just how Prince Philip embodied the sense of public service, of devotion to family. And also there's tribute paid in these statements to the fact that his was a life in history, that during the Second World War, he saw combat in the Navy. So he is someone whose life spanned an extraordinary period, a period that also reflects the special relationship between Britain and the United States. Because remember, of course, when Britain was in debt during World War II, it was the United States government that made that famous loan, Lend-Lease. So the fact that Prince Philip's own life and service in World War II reflects the bond between Britain and America is something you're very much seeing reflected in these statements, which pay tribute to him as part of the special relationship between the two countries. Indeed, we've talked a lot about the presidents, but America as a whole, by and large, there is an affection and affinity for the royal family, isn't there? Absolutely, Clive. And I found that just today. People saying to me, as I've gone about my business this morning, how sad they are about Prince Philip. And of course, the wild popularity of the Netflix drama, The Crown, has given people, perhaps to some degree, a dramatised version of the life of the Queen and Prince Philip. But nonetheless, it does show their courtship, how she became Queen at an early age, how that changed everything. So, yes, a real sense here, Clive, of what has been lost.
All right, Laura, thank you very much in that. You're watching BBC News. Now, let's remind you of today's news. Prince Philip, the husband of Queen Elizabeth II, has died at the age of 99. He was the longest-serving royal consort in British history. You're watching BBC News. Now, with our continuing coverage, we're going to get reaction to the death of the Duke of Edinburgh. In a statement, Buckingham Palace said it is with deep sorrow that Her Majesty the Queen announces the death of her beloved husband, His Royal Highness the Prince Philip, Duke of Edinburgh. His Royal Highness passed away peacefully this morning at Windsor Castle. Further announcements will be made in due course. The royal family join with people around the world in mourning his loss. Well, soon after the announcement of Prince Philip's death, the UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson made a statement outside Downing Street. He said Prince Philip had earned the affection of generations.
Prince Philip earned the affection of generations here in the United Kingdom, across the Commonwealth and around the world. He was the longest serving consort in history, one of the last surviving people in this country to have served in the Second World War. At Cape Matapan, where he was mentioned in dispatches for bravery, and in the invasion of Sicily, where he saved his ship by his quick thinking. And from that conflict, he took an ethic of service that he applied throughout the unprecedented changes of the post-war era. Like the expert carriage driver that he was, he helped to steer the royal family and the monarchy so that it remains an institution indisputably vital to the balance and happiness of our national life. He was an environmentalist and a champion of the natural world, long before it was fashionable. With his Duke of Edinburgh award scheme, he shaped and inspired the lives of countless young people, and at literally tens of thousands of events, he fostered their hopes and encouraged their ambitions. We remember the Duke for all of this, and above all, for his steadfast support for Her Majesty the Queen.
The Prime Minister Boris Johnson speaking a little earlier today. Some news just in. The Prince of Wales has visited his mother, the Queen, today, travelling from his Gloucestershire home in Windsor Castle. This is according to sources. So the Prince of Wales, Prince Charles, has visited the Queen today after the death of his father, the Duke of Edinburgh. We will have much more reaction to the death of the Duke of Edinburgh over the next few hours. Stay with us here. Sophie Rayworth is next with a special programme.
Good evening. Tonight we will be reflecting on the life of His Royal Highness the Duke of Edinburgh, who passed away peacefully at Windsor Castle this morning. He was the Queen's consort for more than 73 years, the patriarch of the royal family. He lived to the age of 99, just weeks away from his 100th birthday, which would have been on the 10th of June. He retired from public duties in 2017, but his dedication and loyalty to the Queen, the country and Commonwealth was unwavering. Well, the Queen is at Windsor Castle tonight, where she had been with the Duke since he left hospital less than 3 weeks ago. Earlier today, Buckingham Palace issued this statement. It is with deep sorrow that Her Majesty the Queen announces the death of her beloved husband, His Royal Highness, the Prince Philip, Duke of Edinburgh. His Royal Highness passed away peacefully this morning at Windsor Castle. Further announcements will be made in due course. The royal family join with people around the world in mourning his loss. Well, since his death was announced at midday, flags across the country have been lowered to half-mast. There have been tributes paid to the Duke from both here and all around the world.
It is to Her Majesty and her family that our nation's thoughts must turn today, because they have lost not just a much-loved and highly respected public figure, but a devoted husband and a proud and loving father, grandfather, and in recent years, great-grandfather.
Just one of the very many testimonies remembering the Duke today. Well, the Duke died at Windsor Castle this morning, and Sonali Shah is there for us now. What is the atmosphere like tonight there, Sonali?
Good evening, Sophie. Well, as you well know, Windsor is a town that has seen so many royal events. I was here for the Queen's 90th birthday a few years ago, and more recently, of course, there have been royal weddings. But the mood here, as you expect, is not just sombre. It's just so very, very quiet. And that's because while the death of His Royal Highness the Duke of Edinburgh is a national loss, for people here, it feels like a very personal loss. He was part of the community here. Remember, for the last year, the Queen and Prince Philip have been in isolation here with a small group of household staff, nicknamed HMS Bubble. I've been reading some of the tributes, and they are so very personal. One of them just said, "Dear Philip," and had a heart on it. And as you'd expect, many of them directly addressed to the Queen. One that very much stood out to me, one letter clearly written by a small child, said, "Dear Queen Elizabeth, I hope your family is looking after you."
Sonali, thank you. Well, I'm joined now by the actress, Dame Penelope Keith, and the royal commentator and writer for the Daily Mail, Robert Hardman. Thank you both for joining us this evening. And Robert, a terribly sad day for the United Kingdom, but our thoughts must really be for the Queen. They have been married more than 73 years. I mean, longer than most people have lived for.
Absolutely right, Sophie. I mean, theirs has been the longest royal marriage in history. He's been the longest serving consort to the longest reigning monarch. We have clearly and continue to live through the reign of one of the greats, and that she has accomplished all that she has, as she would say, has been so very much down to the Duke of Edinburgh. He has been this titanic figure. I mean, you really have to go back to somebody like Prince Albert to find the last time that a man married into this family and had this sort of impact. And of course, our thoughts are with her. But I think the whole world is in mourning tonight. I mean, don't forget, she's queen of 15 other countries. She's head of the Commonwealth to over 2 billion people. Right around the world, this news is being digested, and people are just reflecting on the times that they have seen him, because the Queen has more travelled than any monarch in history, and wherever she went, he went.
Let's talk about the man, or what we knew of the man, because his personality, his character, public and private, were clearly very different, weren't they? Both of you met him on a number of occasions. I know you wouldn't describe yourself as a friend, but you saw him an awful lot. You met him on a number of occasions. What was he like with you?
Oh, charming. Charming. Immediately, one felt as though one was talking to someone that one knew, which, of course, I was, because I'd known him all my life from the television and seeing pictures. But immediately put you at your ease, too, which was... I first met him, I remember, when I was at a reception, and one immediately smiled when you met him. And you say he was very different publicly and personally. I didn't find that. I wouldn't say I knew him personally, but I found very much the twinkle in the eye was there most of the time.
That's what a lot of people have spoken about today, isn't it? The humour, the smile, the mischief. You interviewed him on many occasions. And that is something that really stood out, wasn't it?
Absolutely. I mean, you really had to be on top of your game when you're interviewing the Duke. No question about that. But just thinking back about those moments, I mean, you know, it just does bring a smile, because he was razor sharp on so many things, and he did enjoy an argument. You know, he did enjoy a proper debate about so many issues. I remember at the end of the last interview I did, I asked him, well, what do you think your legacy would be, sir? And he just said, I think it's very indecent to even think about a legacy. Others will have to decide. And here we are trying to start to address that legacy, and it is absolutely colossal. I mean, right around the world, there are millions of people whose lives have been changed by his awards scheme. I mean, everything he's done in the fields of conservation. I mean, we'll come on to all this later, I'm quite sure, but it is so hard to know where to start because he has achieved so much, and yet always had that quest for the new idea. He loves for slightly catching you out. I mean, one thing that just comes into my head, but I'd been driving around the park with him, and I kept noticing that all these speed signs said speed limit 38 miles an hour. And I said, sir, why does the speed limit say 38 miles an hour? He said, see, you noticed it.
But that's the thing, isn't it? He loved to catch people out, but he was razor sharp. His intelligence was very evident.
Phenomenal.
I saw a tweet from the physicist Brian Cox today saying that he sat next to him just a few years ago at a lunch, and he talked to him about relativity and cosmology. And Brian Cox said, I couldn't eat anything. I just was absolutely... He really knew what he was talking about.
Yes, I mean, he's the author of over a dozen books. I mean, the most recent one was a series of very well-argued theological essays with the Dean of Windsor. He was fascinated by all aspects of religion, of science, technology. And this is someone who, from all the way through the reign, was very keen to steer the monarchy into the 20th and the 21st century. You know, the first member of the royal family to give a television interview, and very much behind the first royal documentary. So although, you know, there's a perception of this very hidebound institution and rooted in tradition, he was a man who took on some of those traditionalists because he could see the way that society was moving. And in many ways, he was a great mover, a great progressive. I once asked him, I said, you're a bit of a rebel, sir, aren't you? He said, not a rebel, no, but an innovator.
And Penelope, I mean, you met him on a number of occasions. I mean, charity was his really great passion, wasn't it? He did so much work for charitable causes. I read somewhere that I think he had more than 22,000 royal engagements on his own over between 1952 and 2017. Extraordinary, the amount of work he did.
I had been at various prize givings, award givings at St James's Palace. So that's when I first met the Duke. But I met him more closely, I suppose, during Jubilee year. He decided to have one charity. I think the Queen had 4 and he had 1. And that was for the Commonwealth Ex-Services League. And it was a passion of his because a lot of these gentlemen he had fought with in the war, and they were now scattered all over the Commonwealth, and some of them living in dire poverty. And that's when I first met him. And you talk about debate, Robert, but you didn't feel that he was trying to put you down. I remember the first thing I said, someone said, one of my passions, his words, was talking about being proactive. And it's a word I hate because I think you're either active or inactive. And we had quite a long debate about whether proactive was a word. I don't think either of us won.
It seems to sum him up very well. He loved that, didn't he? He loved the challenge and the debate, as you say. Well, lovely talking to you both for now, but we're going to talk about now the great partnership between the Queen and the Duke of Edinburgh, because the royal family is, of course, one of the most famous, if not the most famous, in the world. And it can be easy to forget sometimes that they are just that, a family with a remarkable couple at its heart. Last November, the Queen and the Duke of Edinburgh celebrated 73 years of marriage. And here, in their own words, they reflect on that unique partnership.
The fact of the matter is that a marriage involves 2 partners. When there's lots to do, time seems to fly. And it appears to us, at least, that we've been fairly busy over the last 50 years. And the time has, of course, flashed past. Until, that is, you start looking back and try to recall what things were like 50 years ago. And you begin to realize how much has changed. In the autumn of 1947, we got married. Everyone seemed to think that our wedding was a very happy occasion and brought a little colour back to life after the dreary war years. We certainly thought so. We were then fortunate to enjoy 5 happy years of fairly conventional married life, and that included 2 years with a home of our own in Malta while I was in the Navy. Of course, this period came to an abrupt end when the Queen had the melancholy duty of succeeding her father after his premature death in 1952. She was 25 and I was 30, and we had 2 small children. And life, as you can imagine, changed dramatically in many ways, but it had much less effect on our married life than I anticipated. And then after an interval of 10 hectic years, we had 2 more children and were more or less settled into our new way of life. And like all families, we went through the full range of pleasures and tribulations of bringing up children. Much can be done by an individual, but I'm sufficiently old-fashioned to believe that a great deal more can be achieved by a partnership in marriage.
All too often, I fear Prince Philip has had to listen to me speaking. Frequently, we have discussed my intended speech beforehand, and as you will imagine, his views have been expressed in a forthright manner.
The main lesson that we've learned is that tolerance is the one essential ingredient of any happy marriage. It may not be quite so important when things are going well, but it is absolutely vital when things get difficult. And you can take it from me that the Queen has the quality of tolerance and abundance.
He is someone who doesn't take easily to compliments, but he has quite simply been my strength and stay all these years. And I and his whole family, and this and many other countries, owe him a debt greater than he would ever claim, or we shall ever know.
Wonderful hearing the Queen and the Duke of Edinburgh speak about each other in their own words. Well, I'm joined now by the royal correspondent for The Times and Sunday Times for over a decade, Roya Nicker, and the royal biographer and a man who knew the Duke of Edinburgh very well, Giles Brandreth. Lovely to see you both. Roya, just simply an extraordinary partnership.
An extraordinary partnership with longevity, the likes of which we very rarely see, and so wonderful to listen to those tributes both from Her Majesty and the Duke of Edinburgh on that extraordinary partnership, and very touching to hear when you hear in their own words what they meant to each other. I think because Prince Philip was such an incredible quiet man, you know, he was so strong behind the scenes for so many years. He wasn't someone to bang the drum about his contribution to national life and to Her Majesty's life. It's quite easy to forget how important he has been in terms of the family and her success and the success of her reign. And I think just watching a film like that, it's extremely moving just to remember the affection between them. And I'm remembering now that photograph of them which the palace put out last year, at the end of last year, for their 73rd wedding anniversary in Windsor Castle. And she will miss him deeply.
It will, Giles, have a huge impact on her. His death, not unexpected. He was 99, but still, the shock of it.
We should be thinking of today, because after 73 years, they were related. They were cousins, both great-great-grandchildren of Queen Victoria. They met in the 1930s, even earlier than it says on the news. They say they met in 1939, but in fact, Prince Philip told me they'd met before at a family wedding. They fell in love in the 1940s, and from 1947, they have been this unique couple. Unique because nobody in the world can treat the Queen normally. Nobody ever does treat the Queen normally. There's a kind of invisible moat always around the Queen. Her family, when they meet her, her children, you know, bow or curtsy at the beginning of the day. The only person in the world who could treat the Queen as a woman and as a wife was Prince Philip. And the only person in the world who could say to Prince Philip, "Oh, Philip, do shut up," was the Queen. And she did.
And there was a real glint, even in that film there. You could see the real glint when they were talking about each other.
Well, one of the great things I think he gave her, I mean, she talked about him being her strength and her stay and her support. But also what I saw when I saw them together was that he made her laugh. I remember during one of the Jubilee tours, I was in the car behind theirs, and they'd had a long day visiting a particular town. They got together in the car at the end of the day, and I followed them for about 20 miles in the car behind theirs. And she obviously asked him something, and he began telling a story. And for 20 minutes, the Duke of Edinburgh made the Queen laugh and laugh and laugh. And a few years later, I went with them to the last time they went to the Royal Variety Show. And the interval came, and the Queen went into this big reception area to meet all these show business figures. The Queen is quite small, and she was in the middle of the group. And I was standing with Prince Philip at the side of the room, and he was holding his drink. And across the crowded room, the Queen looked up and caught his eye and smiled at him. And he simply raised his glass towards her and winked. And I thought, of course, these two have this connection that only they can have.
After so many years of marriage, the extraordinary thing about the Duke of Edinburgh was the role he took on. He had no constitutional role. The Queen came to the throne much earlier than anyone ever thought she would. And all of a sudden, at what could have been a glowing naval career, he had no constitutional role. He had to take a step back and support the Queen, which for a man in those days was almost unheard of, wasn't it?
It really was unheard of, and I think that's another thing that we forget about Prince Philip, just how modern he was. This was a man in, the 1950s. It was not a time for a man in his position to be, taking a back seat. And there was no role, and he made a role for himself, and he did become this great moderniser and shook things up at the palace and came up against an enormous amount of opposition. I mean, he was the original disruptor. But the other thing I think as well that it's important to remember is that while the Queen has always been, head of state and head of nation in that partnership, Prince Philip was very much head of the family, and the Queen looked to him as head of the family. And, in more recent years, we read a lot about and we hear a lot about sometimes a difficult relationship between the Duke and some of his children, whereas actually, he was the person who was involved in choosing their schooling. He was very hands-on. He did bath time when they were young. He was a very modern man for his time, and we saw that later in life with the causes that he chose to support. This was a man who could have gone to right to the top of the Navy, and he did extraordinary things for a man in his position.
The Queen wore the crown, he wore the trousers. But I asked him about when it became, it happened in 1952 when King George VI died. I said, were there people there telling you what to do? He said, no, there were people there telling me what not to do. They told me to keep out. And I said, well, was there the example of Prince Albert, the Prince Consort? He said, hold on, that was 100 years ago. Queen Victoria was an executive monarch. Prince Albert was her private secretary. There was no role. He had to invent his own role. And in doing that, curiously, he, in a sense, invented the modern royal family. Because the Queen is a traditional sovereign. She has done what has gone before. She's conservative by nature. But Prince Philip was a dynamo. And all the things that we now assume that the royal family do, their interest in the environment, in nature, in young people, in mental health, all these things were pioneered by Prince Philip back in the 1950s.
We must, of course, also think tonight about his children, because during this time of pandemic, they obviously have not been able to spend as much time with their father. He was in hospital for many weeks recently. We know Prince Charles was able to see him. But he had what kind of relationship with his 4 children?
Well, he was definitely a hands-on dad in the early days. All the people that I met and interviewed who knew him then said he was, down on his hands and knees playing with them, bedtime stories.
Very different to his own childhood.
Very different. His own childhood was fraught. As you know, he was a grandson of the King of Greece who was assassinated. His own father was driven into exile in the early 1920s. His own family collapsed when he was a young person. And he tried to be the family man and do his best. And he had loved his education at Gordonston School in Scotland, and in joining the Royal Navy. And he thought that this was the thing to give his children. Now, it worked for some of them, didn't work for others. But he certainly, as he always used to say, I did my best. And when you said, this went wrong and that went wrong, he said, we are a family. And these things happen in a family.
And what he was passionate in, he's also passed on not just to his own children, but his grandchildren, conservation, for example.
That's, again, another thing to talk about how pioneering he was. When there was no role for him, as you mentioned, and so he carved out interests in things like the environment, conservation. He was part of founding the World Wildlife Fund in 1961, and the Prince of Wales has talked about how, he was seen as way ahead of his time. The Prince of Wales and the Duke of Cambridge have got this from the Duke of Edinburgh, and We've seen recently Prince William launch the Earthshot Prize, that big conservation prize, and again talk about the fact that actually it was his grandfather, Prince Philip, who was so ahead of his time in terms of the environment and conservation, and that will be, wonderfully, one of his lasting legacies.
It's curious because we now see him as an old man, and young people will think of him as an old man. But I first met him nearly 50 years ago, and he was such a dynamo. He was questing, always asking questions, inquiring, fascinated by science and what was going to happen
I
next.
think that continued, though.
And that continued right to the end. But what is interesting about him is that, well, today, when the news came through, my grandson, aged 16, 17, was at a charity doing some work as part of his Duke of Edinburgh's Gold Award. So curiously, this man born 100 years ago is having an impact on the lives of thousands of children around the world
That is,
today.
it is an extraordinary legacy. We're going to be talking about that more later on, but for now, both of you, thank you. Well, it may come as a surprise that Prince Philip was very creative, and photography and painting were two of his favourite hobbies. Over the years, he sat for many official portraits, and here two artists share their experiences of painting the Duke in that intimate setting.
I have very fond memories of my sittings with him. He's a fascinating person to talk to. And the sittings would fly past. It really sort of took me by surprise. What a genuine interest he took in art. Not just talking about pictures, but looking and rooting through my paint box, actually asking me about oil colour and wanting to learn a little more about a painting technique.
From day one, he was asking me questions about what I was doing and why, far more than anyone who was just idly curious. And so after a while, I said, well, you seem to know a lot about it. I mean, have you done any painting yourself ever? He was like, well, I'm glad you asked. Actually, I've just taken it up again recently. He said, next time I'll bring in some of my own work. And your heart always slightly sinks in that situation. They were kind of in the style of maybe sort of early 20th century sort of modernist European painters. There was definitely a sort of influence of, I would say, kind of Bonnard and Matisse and those sort of people. And they were really pretty good.
As a young man, engaged to the young Princess Elizabeth, he would stay at Windsor Castle. And he said that lights out, when the family had retired for the night, he would find a torch and go creeping around the staterooms just to look at the pictures. What made the time with him so interesting was that I felt that he was sharing not just time, but actually intellect, a passion, his enthusiasms. And there was an openness in the man that probably took me by surprise.
Well, I'm joined now by Prue Leith, who was the chair of the Royal Society of Arts when the Duke of Edinburgh was its president, and also by Robert Hardman, who joins us again. Prue, you have some wonderful stories about the Duke of Edinburgh. You obviously met him on a number of occasions. His passion for art and also his ability, I think, is unknown to many people.
Yes, I mean, the fact is he was interested in everything. I mean, the RSA is actually for the encouragement of arts, manufactures and commerce. And he added science and the environment to that. So, I mean, as everybody knows, he was he just knew a lot and was interested in everything.
There's a wonderful, in that film, the idea of him walking around the palaces by torchlight. He was so interested in the art, and there are incredible collections of art in the palaces, and him looking at it and taking such interest.
Yeah, he after the Queen became Queen, he took a very keen interest on not just on where things were hanging in the various palaces, and he was instrumental in rearranging a lot of it, but he decided that it was important to get new artists, to encourage new artists. Up at the Palace of Holyrood House in Edinburgh, for example, he made sure he filled that up with, every year he'd go and look at collections of new young artists from Scotland. It's by no means all old masters, and he's a very talented artist himself, which we touched on there, and he inherited that from his own father, and of course the Prince of Wales is very much a keen artist as well, although the difference between them, the Duke has always been an oils man, and the Prince loves watercolours.
He painted from a young age, though, didn't he?
He learned to paint properly on the back of Britannia while sailing in the Atlantic with a wonderful old artist called Edward Seago.
That was in the 1950s.
In the 50s, yeah. That was when he really took a proper interest. I think he's been very modest about it. I mean, on the rare occasions that his works have been on display, people have been really impressed by them. There's a charming picture he painted of the Queen at breakfast, which it definitely deserves a wider audience. But as so many people say about so many aspects of this extraordinary man, he was very modest. He was actually rather shy. He just thought, well, I quite like painting. These seem quite good. But, they deserved a wider audience. Perhaps now they might get one.
You, Prue, helped commission not just a painting of the Queen, but also a statue of the Queen.
Yes, the painting was, when I was chair of the RSA, we wanted the Queen is our patron, and so we wanted a portrait of her. And with the help of the Queen's Pictures boss, what's his title called?
I was probably surveyor of the
Queen's Pictures boss. We chose a young artist called Justin Mortimer to paint her picture. And the thing about young artists is if they get such an opportunity of painting the Queen, of course they want publicity, and they want to be on the front page of the Evening Standard. And I remember going to this artist's studio and him saying, do you want to see the Queen's picture because it's ready? And he pulled down this cloth in front of the easel. And I just thought, the council of the RSA will never accept it. The palace will never accept it because the Queen's head is off. What? It was off with her head, and it was slightly to the side. And so I rushed back and looked at the contract to find out if we had to buy this picture, and discovered that if we didn't like it, if the council didn't like it, we could refuse it. And so I had to show transparency a bit to Prince Philip, you see, because he was...
I bet you were slightly nervous when you had to do that. I was
absolutely terrified, and I held this transparency up to the window in the RSA, and I said, sir, you have to just have a look at this because I'm a bit worried about it. And he looked at it and he said, good God. And then he said, actually, it's a good picture. He said, but don't put it in the front hall. So it was banished to the back. And then the statue thing, there's a wonderful sculpture of the Queen on a horse in Windsor Park. And it was the first sculpture of her outside. Traditionally, royals don't get outside statues until they're dead, really. But that's the royal park, so it was like her garden. And so she agreed to have the sculpture made. And I was on the sort of committee that had to do something about it, oversee it, really. And there was the most tremendous row going on because the Queen always rides in a headscarf and does not wear a hard hat. And so there was the committee was completely divided, with all the sort of health and safety guys saying, oh, it's a bad example and she has to be a role model and she has to have a hard hat. And some of us saying, for goodness sake, we're trying to portray the Queen. And in the end, Prince Philip waded into this argument. He said, she's going to wear a headscarf. And, she said a few other rude things. And that was the end of it.
Oh, that was it.
And, that's the point about him. I think he can be quite challenging and difficult, but could be. Here I'm talking in the present tense, isn't it crazy? Anyway, he could be challenging. But I never saw him... he could be a little bit rough with bosses. If he went to a school and he didn't approve of the way things were being done, he would challenge the head teacher or challenge the teachers. But he never, ever was anything but encouraging to the children.
Mm. And he inspired...
He liked a good argument. I think you said that.
He certainly likes an argument, but he did exactly the same. It's interesting what you say there. In one of his great achievements, one of so many, was in the aftermath of the terrible fire at Windsor Castle in 1992. It was the Duke who was put in charge of the restoration. The Queen, as ever, sort of handed it over to him, said, please, can you sort this out? You had architects of all sorts arguing about how it was going to look. It was again, one of those things where there were endless committees and you needed someone to cut through it all.
So
and it has been the most extraordinary restoration project. It came in, ahead of time, under budget, and guess what? The castle's in a better state than it was before because he had that capacity just to cut through. And I think it's going back to his art. In the Queen's private chapel, there's this beautiful stained glass window. And it's beautifully done, and it shows in all sorts of ways how the castle was restored after the fire. And the Duke designed it himself. But he won't tell you that. He wouldn't have told you that. You had to get it out of him. Yeah. But again, an example of his handiwork.
Well, thank you both. He had many passions, many interests, as we know. But throughout his life, the Duke always kept fit and healthy. He was a keen sportsman who never lost his competitive edge. When age stopped him from playing polo in his 50s, he took up the less dangerous sport of carriage driving.
I met the Duke at the age of 18 when I first started competing in the pony team class against him. I think he was pretty incredible, really, because he obviously didn't take it up till after he'd finished playing polo, so he must have been 50 plus. You need incredible dexterity and mental agility. I take my hat off to him, really. Prince Philip always claimed that he did it for fun, but he was the most competitive. When he was in the competition, he really did think he was up to win it. He was always keen to know how you were going to tackle a certain option, and he kept a firm check on the scores and was always pleased when he beat me. I think he just loved the eclectic group of people that we are. I mean, it was like a mobile weekend party. You toured the country, met up with all the same people. I really feel he could just relax his guard, be himself and join in on a very level playing field. And you didn't have any idea who the person next to you, what their background was, and I think he enjoyed that.
Well, I'm joined now by Commander Malcolm Sillars and Giles Brandreth. Hello, welcome to the studio. You were the Duke of Edinburgh's equerry from 1990 to 1992. You knew him very well, and you witnessed firsthand his passion for sport.
I did, Sophie. He was very active. He was coming up to his 70th birthday, and he was an outstanding contributor to the carriage riding scene at that time, leading from the front. He kept himself phenomenally fit, although I didn't tend to attend the carriage driving events. Afloat, he was a very keen sailor and very successful. But the key point was that he was a remarkable man in terms of keeping sport at the forefront of young people's minds. He was very influential in making sure that his sporting activities were well managed, well governed, and that the various activities were particularly effective.
I think one of the things that struck me in that film was, I suppose, the levelling nature of sport. He clearly loved it for that, because when he was carriage driving, he was out there. It didn't matter who you were. He was part of the team. He was clearly very good at what he did. And he was competing, really, wasn't he? And he was accepted for who he was.
He was very effective and made sure that he was very well prepared and that his equipment was absolutely first class, and the range of activities that he was involved in on the sporting scene was very broad and extensive, and quite remarkable at that age.
He believed in the value of sport, particularly for young people and people with disabilities. And indeed, Malcolm and I first met at an event for the National Playing Fields Association, which was the first national charity that Prince Philip took on back in 1947, when he became, first of all, engaged to Princess Elizabeth. He got involved in that. That was creating opportunities for playing fields for young people, particularly children with disabilities. And he believed that every child deserved a chance to play. Sport, recreation, teams games in particular. And he led from the front. He raised a lot of money for charity with charity cricket matches in the early 1950s. He loved polo. He was right fit, as Mylene Klass once said to him. And he said, "What does that mean?" I said, "It means that she thinks you're pretty buff." He said, "What does that mean?" I said, "Look, you're fit. Face it." And of course, he was fit. He exercised daily. He was very proud of the fact that he'd never been seen in public with a stick, even at 99. Never seen in public with a stick. That ramrod back, that marvellous posture. Remarkable.
He was a very, very talented sportsman too. We were seeing him there playing cricket. He was very good at cricket, wasn't he?
He was good at cricket. Interestingly, I asked him once whether much of his life had been fun. And he said, "I don't think about fun very much." And then he paused and said, "Well, I suppose the cricket was fun." He loved cricket. That was one of his.
But it was polo that was the real sport. That was his real passion.
Not just his passion. He threw himself into it to such an extent that I think he was in a hospital more often with polo injuries at that time of his life than at any time of his life until towards right at the end.
He was a very competitive man, though, wasn't he? I mean, he clearly, you could see when he was carriage driving, he was trying not to be, but he was keeping an eye on everybody else's times.
Absolutely. He would have had his race well planned out and made sure that he gave himself the best opportunities to achieve great results. And he was a remarkable figurehead in the sport in that regard.
Sailing, another great passion of his.
Yes, he was very active. He loved the breadth of the sailing as a sport. I think he realised that it was a particularly good sport to introduce to his children. And I know down at Cowsweek, where he was able to race his own boats, and also his children were able to share that pleasure and passion with him. He was utterly at home in Cowes, but of course they sailed their larger yacht, Bloodhound, up the west coast of Scotland, where they were able to cruise, and again it was a perfect place to teach his children how to sail.
And also an escape at sea.
And an escape, absolutely. Sailing is all about freedom, and it was a rare opportunity for him to be able to be himself, his family, and the great environment.
As somebody who worked closely alongside him for 2 years, how will you remember him as the man you worked with?
So, my lasting impression will be of somebody who was a phenomenally broad-skilled man. He was very capable at everything that he did. He was very good at mixing people, introducing people to make sure that the right job was done with the right team. He was very influential in gathering high-caliber people and then setting about the task to make sure that the right outcome was delivered.
And did you get the impression he minded being behind the scenes, as it were, the support, or was it something that he completely embraced?
Oh, I think he was absolutely, completely familiar with all the detail of all of the tasks that he was doing, all the responsibilities he held. And yes, he was able to cover off all of the aspects of his work.
He never resented or regretted the fact that his main role was to support the Queen. He turned up over 70 years at the right time, on the right day, in the right uniform, to do his thing, and never ever overstepped the mark, always 2 steps behind the Queen. But when he was on his own, doing his own thing, he led from the front. We talk about polo and maybe sailing, rich men's sports, but actually he raised millions of pounds personally to actually have sport for all. He really cared about the value of sport for all young people.
Well, thank you both. And as the Queen's consort, the Duke of Edinburgh didn't have a specific role outside of supporting the monarch. A committed and passionate man with a wide range of interests, he dedicated himself to numerous causes until he stepped back from public life in 2017.
What do you boys want?
I want to see the boss.
Well, I'm afraid he's very busy.
It's very important. I want to see the boss. Please tell me, see him.
What do you want to see me about?
Because you won't play, Phil.
Well, you've come to the right place.
It was suggested I should take on some sort of charity, and the National Playing Fields Association gave me some connection with the recreational life in the country, and it turned out to be very valuable.
Helping out, leading the way. The link between the royal family and charitable causes was largely forged by the Duke.
People started saying, will you come do this, will you come do that? And that accumulated and snowballed. I mean, you wouldn't believe it.
Connecting with a world far removed from his own, promoting the cause of self-improvement, be it 60 years ago or in the 21st century. Creating opportunities, whatever the obstacles. The Duke in his lifetime was involved with over 800 organisations, from the Variety Club of Great Britain to the Worldwide Fund for Nature.
As we all try to cope with our human problems, it's easy to forget that we are not the only living beings on this planet.
One cause particularly dear to him bears his name, the Duke of Edinburgh's Award, recognising self-reliance, service, bravery. The Duke's invitation to young people to go out and do something. Things of interest in the great outdoors in the early days. And what made him chuckle more recently.
Believe it.
The D.of.E. Award, stretching people, giving them a boost, and appreciated at the very top.
You had the insight, courage, and determination to establish the award scheme 50 years ago. Since then, under your watchful eye, over 5 million young people have taken up the challenge. For these remarkable achievements, you have my deep and enduring admiration, an admiration which words alone can never fully express.
Fascinating to see just how varied the Duke's charities and patronages were. There were hundreds of them. Well, I'm joined now by John Watts, who says that the Duke of Edinburgh's award changed his life, and the actress Dame Penelope Keith, who had the honour of presenting Gold Duke of Edinburgh awards on behalf of the Duke in the grounds of Buckingham Palace. The Duke of Edinburgh's the scheme, I mean, 7 million, I think, young people have now benefited from that. It was his idea, it was his project. A lot of people have heard about it. A lot of people know its name, but I suppose some people won't actually know what it is all about, why it makes such a difference. Why did it changed your life, didn't it?
I often say it saved my life rather than changed it, because I think it just put me on a completely different direction to what I was on. I mean, we're talking 12 years ago, I was 18 years old, sat in a prison cell, and you just feel like your life is worthless and you're never actually going to achieve anything. So it gave me so many things that helped me, but you know, it gave me the belief in myself. It gave me a skill, so I learned how to cook, which is now my career that I'm very passionate about. And it taught me how to sort of work alongside people and sort of team building skills and just sort of general life skills that you need to, you know, get on in life.
How did you even begin to do it, though? Was it something you heard about in prison?
I had heard about it, but it wasn't really anything I'd ever wanted to do until I was in the prison, because, you know, when you're in jail, you're going to jump on anything that you can just to get out of your cell. Otherwise, you're locked up for sometimes 23 hours a day. So, you know, you register for anything you can So that was just one of those things. I didn't expect it to have a huge impact on me. I didn't expect that I would do the bronze, silver and gold. I thought I would just do the bronze.
And for anybody who doesn't know, I've got a daughter who's just done the bronze, and that in itself was a lot of work. I mean, a lot goes into it. Tell us what you actually have to do to the bronze, for example.
So there's different sections. So you got the skill section, so you have to learn a new skill. So for me, it was cooking. The expedition, so you have to plan and go on an expedition, which usually it's into the mountains. We had to obviously improvise a little bit. Then there is the volunteering. So I worked alongside the Samaritans. There's a list, they're in prison. So what the Samaritans do in day-to-day life, I was doing that for prisoners, face-to-face, and physical. So, you know, you have to, you know, be on top of your sort of physical exercise and sort of learn a new physical skill.
I think it was something that he was influenced by his headmaster at school. I think he helped shape this whole programme, Kurt Hahn, who was at Gordonston, his headmaster. And I think the whole idea was about being resilient, wasn't it? About self-reliance, about grit, and showing yourself that you're able to achieve so much more than you believe you can, which clearly has worked for you.
Exactly. I think it's very easy to give up when times get tough, and I think at that young age I would have given up as soon as I tried something and failed, and it sort of taught me to, you know, always carry on and keep working towards your goals, even when times are really tough. And I think it's been very beneficial for me, especially in the last year.
So there you are, getting your gold award. So by then you've done silver and gold, which is even more work and more volunteering and more expeditions. You really do have to put a lot in to achieve that. It's a big moment. And Penelope, you, I know, have been one of the many people who've helped hand out those awards at Buckingham Palace. It happens a couple of times I've done it myself, actually. It happens a couple of times a year. And, I mean, I've seen for myself just how much it means to people when they get those gold awards, and the Duke of Edinburgh would sometimes be there walking around and greeting them and congratulating all the young people who turned up.
Yes, yes, it was just remarkable, the pride that these young people had. And he was just enchanting with them. I remember on the way out, he was talking to one of the leaders, and he said to her, "Did you do a Duke of Edinburgh?" And she said, "Yes, I did, sir." And did you get a gold? And she said, no, I'm afraid I didn't, but I got my silver. And then he said to me, did you do a Duke of Edinburgh? And I said, oh, no, sir. It actually hadn't started by the time I left school. He said, oh, I think it might have done. And I said, no, it hadn't.
But, I mean, the Duke of Edinburgh Award scheme is probably the most famous of his charitable schemes, but he did so many more. You were involved in some of them.
Yes, well, certainly the Commonwealth Ex-Service League. And I did another, well, not a charity, but I remember I think it was the 50th anniversary of the Queen's coronation. Prince Charles decided to give a party for all the family to celebrate, and he asked various actors to do turns of the period. And at the end of it, I was introducing all the actors to Her Majesty and the Duke. And before I went to the line-out, I said to my husband, oh, will you take my handbag, please? And he took it and stood. He wasn't in the line-up, just at the end of the room. And I introduced all the actors to the Queen and the Duke. And then they were going to leave. And as they left, I said goodbye and thank you very much indeed. And on the way out, I said, oh, may I introduce my husband? And they said hello. And the Duke looked down at Roddy carrying my handbag and said, well, at least that's one thing I've never had to do.
And tell us finally, for you, what it meant to you. We just saw you there getting your award. What it meant to you to be there, having achieved your gold, and what it was like meeting him.
I mean, it was just the most proudest moment. I think the most proudest moment of my life to achieve that and to be awarded it. And then to meet the Duke himself was just, you know, a very overwhelming experience. And I think both times I've met him, he's come up with a witty sort of one-liner, which just makes you feel at ease, you know, breaks the ice. And I think that's sort of his character. So I think you almost feel like, I know him, even though I've only met him 2 or 3 times. And yeah, it's an incredible experience, one that I'm very lucky to have.
And you say it saved your life. Where are you now?
So I'm a professional chef. I'm self-employed. I share recipes online, and I cook privately at the moment since COVID. And I love it. I've got, I'm so passionate about what I do. Like, it's literally a fire in my belly that will not go out.
Well,
and that's all from the Duke of Edinburgh's award.
I'm sure he would have been very proud to hear you say that and what he helped you achieve. Thank you very much for joining us. Now, if you have just joined us here on BBC, we are looking back at the Duke of Edinburgh's remarkable life and legacy following the announcement of his death earlier today. The Queen is currently in residence at Windsor Castle, where she has spent most of her time with the Duke of Edinburgh during the pandemic. At Windsor Castle, the Royal Standard continues to fly at full mast. The reason being that this represents the monarchy, which never dies. Well, having lived for almost a century, Prince Philip had an incredible wide range of interests and championed many causes. One in particular was sparked by a love of the outdoors, travel, and an understanding of how humans have a role to play in protecting the planet for future generations.
Wildlife, conservation, the environment. Pressing issues now debated on the global scale. But it took years of determined effort to make them so, and the Duke was at the forefront of that work.
What I'm trying to do, in a small way, is to try and prevent the extinction of wild species, in the hope that at some stage they might have a space to exist on this planet.
In 1961, he co-founded what became the world's largest independent conservation body.
The reason for the change of the name of the World Wildlife Fund to the Worldwide Fund for Nature was to make it clear that we were involved not just in animals, but in plants as well.
For well over half a century, he was a hands-on campaigner, pushing governments, encouraging at every level.
It's people as managers, as administrators, as workers, as tourists, as professionals, as designers, every sort of... And in every respect, when they're doing their work, is to bear in mind the effect that it's going to have on the natural environment, on the conservation of species.
To drive home the message that action had to be taken quickly, he had to be frank about the root cause of it all.
We really ought to have a sense of moral responsibility for the survival of other species, because we have such a tremendous influence on them. We can decide now whether a species is going to survive or become extinct. You cannot exploit all the natural resources for human use and expect to have a great deal of future.
Action did follow. National parks were opened, environmental controls were tightened, laws introduced, species saved.
I think one's got to be optimistic in the sense that there'd be no point in doing anything if you simply said there was no point in trying. I think there is a point in trying. I think that the important thing is to try and get it through to as many people as possible what is actually happening.
The Duke as a pathfinder to an age of greater understanding about matters always dear to his heart.
Well, I'm joined again by Roya Nicker and Robert Hardman. When we talk about the Duke and conservation, he really was, he took an interest very, very early on. I suppose in many ways you could call him a pioneer.
He was very much a pioneer. Back in the early 60s, people they didn't talk about, the green movement. I mean, it just wasn't discussed. And he, from his travels, had gradually seen the way that mankind was encroaching on the natural world and wanted to do something about it. Not in a particularly sentimental way, very hard-nosed scientific way. And with a few others, he was instrumental in setting up the World Wildlife Fund in 1961. And then he was its British president, and then he became its international president. For 2 decades, he ran it. And he forged all sorts of links between not just the environmental movements, but he established this idea of conservation and faith. So he got all the world's faiths together at an extraordinary summit in Assisi in 1986. And then only he, frankly, could have then got the Pope involved. So he set up a World Wildlife Fund committee with the Pope. I mean, the level of activity, the debt, frankly, that so many of today's environmental and green pressure groups owe this man is extraordinary.
Do we know what it was that really sparked his interest? It's an interest and a passion that he's passed on to not only his children but his grandchildren.
I think his wide travel was part of it, actually. This was a man who was travelling around the globe from an early age to try and sort of learn more and find out more. And Robert's absolutely right. So many charities and organisations now owe him a huge debt. But I think the really lovely thing that we see now and we will continue to see going forwards is that legacy carried on with his son and his grandsons, and I'm sure in time his great-grandchildren. The Prince of Wales has often talked about, you know, people thinking he was dotty when he started talking about environmentalism in the 1970s, and you know, he was following in his father's footsteps, and Prince William continues to talk about that now, as does Prince Harry. Those are things that they've inherited from him, his interests, and we'll see them continue that in honour of, you know, their father and grandfather.
And the Duke of Edinburgh was, I mean, he was talking about the population growth. He was talking about habitats being destroyed. I mean, this is in the 1950s. I think it was sort of driven by the trip that he did on the Royal Yacht Britannia, wasn't it, in 1956, where he really got a passion for what he saw out there. He
started noticing different birds near Antarctica, and he was fascinated by that sort of thing. It's also important to remember that one of the first things the Queen did when she became Queen was she obviously had a great deal on her plate, and she put the Duke in charge of all the estates and made him Ranger of Windsor Great Park. So he suddenly had this immense responsibility for you know, a large chunk of agricultural land, forestry, and he was able to bring all his various ideas into practice there. I mean, today it's extraordinary. If you go around Sandringham, it's a very modern agricultural estate. You've got extraordinary machines that go around picking black currants for Ribena, but at the same time, it's got a world-listed protected bog. You know, he's always looked at how we deal with the natural world, and as I say, not in a sentimental way. I mean, he can be quite brisk with people sometimes who pick a quarrel. I remember some years ago, he was trying to take down some dead trees, and there was a sort of protest group said, "Oh, you can't do that. They've got insects in them," and he complained about tree huggers, I think he said. And but the fact is, you know, we want to put new trees in, and that's surely more important to put in new trees than worry about dead trees. You know, he was very practical, but always at the cutting edge of whatever the scientific debate of the day was.
And what he very cleverly did was he got religion involved, didn't he? Because one of his early theories was that in order to raise the profile, you had to raise money, you had to have campaigns to protect different habitats, different species, but you also had to educate the public. And he realised that one way of doing that, to get to a wider public, was through religion, religious leaders who could then spread the message.
Absolutely, and going back to that point about how bringing in all the world's faiths, seeing that as very much, all these things had to be done in partnership. You know, there's no point just standing at a lectern and saying this is what must be done. He understood the need to bring people with him and let them take the credit. So often, you know, there'd be a conference, whether it was at Windsor or all over the world, World Wildlife Fund events. There would be the Duke, and he talked about his convening power. He knew where he wanted to get the meeting, but he didn't want to be banging the drum and saying this is what you all ought to think. So he was very clever in the way that he got other people to think on the same wavelength. And as I say, there are organisations all around the world that are immensely grateful to him.
And he did travel the Commonwealth, and he spoke to very, very many people. When we look back now, and we talk a lot about conservation nowadays, but as I said, when in the early days, in the 1960s, when he started talking about it, it really wasn't spoken about in the same way. How much difference do you really think he has made on that front?
An enormous difference, and again, we can't underestimate that. And I think the difference that he has made has not always been recognised around the world, and indeed here, which is why, you know, the Queen said in that famous speech that we owe a debt of gratitude to him that people, you know, will never know, never realise, and never acknowledge, because he was the last person who wanted to, you know, make a song and dance about things. And Robert just touching there, and you touching there on the issue of getting different faiths involved. I mean, that is something that we are so familiar with the Prince of Wales now, but it is of course something that the Duke of Edinburgh was way ahead of his time doing long before his son. He was, in the same way that he was a man in the 1950s who suddenly became, you know, the person to walk behind his wife, very unusual for that time, quite feminist, you know, in the way that he pioneered that role. He was massively ahead of his time in terms of conservation and the environment.
He was even a sort of precursor to David Attenborough in a way. I mean, back in the 60s, he was presenting and driving wildlife documentaries.
And was he taken
television.
seriously then when he started talking about that?
I think because it was a member of the royal family, it was so unusual to see a member of the royal family on television, let alone in a sort of safari jacket. You know, it wasn't in black tie or uniform. He was out somewhere in the bush or in the wild and looking at particular species under threat and making the point very early on that unless we woke up to this, our children and grandchildren wouldn't see these animals in the future, so we better get on and do something about it.
But as you say, very modest about his achievements.
Really modest. When I came to write a feature on him when he turned 90, I remember going to Windsor and speaking to the librarian there, actually the keeper of the archives, and she told me that they had really had to twist his arm to even be allowed to put on an exhibition there in tribute to his achievements, because he had kept saying, I don't want a fuss, I don't want anything sort of banging the drum about the things I've done. And some of the things that she'd shown me, the sketches he'd done for the window in the chapel at Windsor when it had burned down, some of the beautiful designs for jewellery that he'd made for the Queen over the years, all his amazing stuff in terms of, the design prize. He never was someone to say, look at me, look what I've achieved, look what I've done. I think that's one of the great things about him. He was the quiet overachiever of the royal family.
That's why he drove a taxi in London, save on fumes. He didn't thought, well, let's not have some stinky old Rolls Royce when we're in town. Let's have a proper London cab. It was very sweet today to see a great parade of London cabs paying tribute to him in the Mall.
We're about to go back to Windsor Castle, but I must just say, I mean, given what we know of the Duke and given the manner in which he's died during the pandemic, during COVID restrictions, he didn't like fuss, and I think this probably would have suited him. There's no big funeral. People are being urged not to lay flowers.
It's exactly as he would have wanted. Every time anyone tried to make a fuss, whether it was stamps for a birthday or getting a big party together, it's like, don't be so ridiculous, go and look at someone else, and always trying to use that royal spotlight, that royal influence, that convening power for better use in another direction, but didn't like it on himself.
Well, on that note, let's return now to Windsor Castle, and Sonali Shah is there for us now. And I know people have been visiting the castle, being moved on, though, as we say, people are being urged not to stop and leave flowers. But do we know what can be expected in the next few days ahead?
Well, Sophie, we are expecting the funeral to take place at St George's Chapel inside Windsor Castle here, but the exact arrangements are being considered and amended in light, of course, of the pandemic. What we do know is that the funeral will not be a state funeral. Buckingham Palace have said that the details will be released on the royal website in due course, and as you say, they are advising members of the public to perhaps consider charity donations instead of floral tributes, and are directing people towards an online book of condolence. But despite that advice, there has been a steady stream of people, respectful, and people are social distancing, but there has been a steady stream of people who want to come here to pay their respects, families. We spoke to a group of teenagers who have never seen Windsor so quiet, having so many people here. It was so quiet that they thought that we were having a moment of silence. Remember, for locals here, and everyone we've spoken to here has been local, this is a very personal loss of a member of their community. The Queen and Prince Philip have been isolating here. They spent Christmas here for the first time in 30 years. They celebrated their 73rd wedding anniversary here back in November. And people want to come here and pay tribute, not just because Her Majesty is inside Windsor Castle tonight in mourning, but because with the year of loss that everyone has had, they feel more connected to her than ever before.
Sonali, thank you. Well, always forward-thinking, the Duke of Edinburgh was fascinated by science, technology and industry. Naturally inquisitive and highly innovative, he pioneered many new ideas long before they became popular.
It was the Duke's mission to combine tradition with the promotion of a forward-looking monarchy, to communicate using the latest technology. He fully supported televising the Queen's coronation in 1953, moving pictures from London that would be seen around the world. "16 years later, in 1969, he invited the cameras deeper into royal life, to see the family from the inside.
I remember when I used to come up to Royal Lodge. I asked when I arrived one day, I said, where's the king? And they said, oh, he's in the garden. And I went out and there's nothing to be seen except a lot of terribly rude words and language coming out of a rhododendron bush.
He broke new ground by appearing in front of the cameras as a presenter.
At midnight tonight, the greatest concerted effort ever made to observe and record the detailed facts of our world will commence.
40 minutes to get round the world. Well, it's going to be a bit of a rush. It may leave you a little bit muddled, but I don't think it matters very much.
He also took to the media as a campaigner.
We've got to make the best use of the skill and the brains of the people, and we know perfectly well that the people in this country have got a remarkable talent for things if they learn how to do them. We ought to make the best use of that.
One particular branch of science appealed to him. Engineering held the key to just about everything.
Everything that wasn't invented by God was invented by an engineer.
He promoted the production of clean, sustainable energy. He was the senior fellow of the Royal Academy of Engineering that he helped found in 1976. He launched the Prince Philip Designers Prize and was the head of the judging panel for over 50 years, rewarding elegant scientific solutions. Technology he admired in the outside world, he brought into the royal household, here upgrading communications with an intercom system.
I can't get there except if I fly, is that right?
It's theoretically possible. It's a 3-hour drive, police cars.
He was a pioneer when it came to transport, an early user of fuel less damaging to the environment. So much of royal life is about pageantry, ceremony, tradition, and the past. The Duke of Edinburgh always kept an eye on the future.
Well, he was incredibly forward-thinking. I'm joined now by the royal commentator and journalist Katie Nicholl and Giles Brandreth. It is extraordinary. It's really striking when you watch some of that footage, the black and white footage, because so many of us remember the Duke of Edinburgh as an older man. But when you see him then in those 50s and the 60s and what he was interested in, fascinated in, and pursuing, pushing. It's amazing to see.
It is, and I remember when I sat down with Princess Anne for an interview I did with her, she talked about the Duke's love of engineering and everything that was new, and I think he was a real innovator. He was a real pioneer of his time, and, you know, he came into the palace, he had to find a role for himself, and, you know, and he did this, he shook things up, often in a way that upset courtiers, but actually what he did at the palace, I mean, for example, he took away the staff kitchen at Buckingham Palace because he couldn't understand the need to have two. He thought it was absolutely over the top and unnecessary. So he stripped them of a kitchen, and all the food came out of the same kitchens. But he did things like put solar energy panels in. I mean, he drove around in a black cab long before any of us even knew what a sort of hybrid or an electric car was. I think in the same way you see the Prince of Wales very ahead of his time, you know, that's very much his father, and he loved science and technology. I mean, so much so, not only, I think, obviously the Duke of Edinburgh Award is one of his greatest legacies, but the Prince Philip Designers Award spawned many great people. I mean, James Dyson for one. So that love and passion for technology and innovation was something that he brought into the palace and shook things up and did things differently. But he modernised it, and he did it with the estates as well, which now produce, you know, their own gin and cider and Christmas trees. And, you know, this is all him saying, well, let's make this work for us.
But it went right back to the beginning, didn't it? Because even the Queen's coronation,
yes,
he was instrumental in getting that broadcast.
He was, and that's one of those examples, Sophie, where, you know, he did sort of rattle and ruffle courtiers, didn't he, Giles? They didn't want it to be televised. And he insisted, and he said this was a good thing to do. And it wasn't the only occasion that he put the royal family forefront on this relatively new genre of television. You know, he gave the first interview to a programme, and then got the royal family to do, obviously in the 60s, I think it was 1964, the royal family, and allowed the cameras into the palace for the first time. Which is extraordinary
when you think about it now, yes.
Absolutely, but I think that was part of his quest to make the royal family real and more familiar. I think he understood, and this is an example of his forward-thinkingness, that in order to be relevant, people felt they needed to know the royal family, and for so long they didn't. They were shut out. he let them in, and the magic was lifted a little.
And that was seen very clearly at the coronation, because that was a moment when the country was sort of lit up with colour in the post-war years.
He was the chairman of the coronation committee, but he got into trouble trying to organise it because he was stepping on the toes of other people. He tried to visit the various Commonwealth troops who were coming over by helicopter, and his private secretary was hauled over the coals at number 10. He was exceeding his brief. He really was pushing all the time. But as he said to me, he didn't try to be a revolutionary, he tried to be a moderniser. He wanted to make the royal family relevant and contemporary. I mean, I think he was as modern as tomorrow, but he had a lot of time for yesterday. He believed in the traditions of monarchy and wanted to see it evolve. But when new technology came along, he wanted to be using it. He gave up the typewriter, started on the word processor, was the first one to be using the internet. You know, he sent his own emails. He did all of that. And he was a pragmatist. He contrasted himself to Prince Charles. He said, Prince Charles is a romantic. I'm a pragmatist. He wanted to get things done, so that with the Queen, for example, he made her jewellery. Didn't necessarily send her lovey-dovey messages, but he made her jewellery himself. And he liked practical things, fascinated by science, technology, chemistry, pushing the barriers. The two words that most often came out of his mouth, I think, were yes, but. He always wanted to argue with you, questing. And he said, why can't people disagree? Well, let's go forward. Let's do this. Let's give it a go. Let's try. Always being practical.
He really did turn his attention at everything that was put in front of him. He seems to have taken a real interest in it and made sure that he knew as much as he could about it.
Yeah, I think so. I think people, wouldn't have remembered this, but, he presented a programme about the geophysics of the Earth.
He did present
an entire
TV.
programme.
He presented a couple of TV programmes.
Extraordinary. His knowledge was extraordinary, and this appetite, this thirst for knowledge and to explore innovation and technology. And of course, when the royal family are discussing Twitter and Facebook and everything else, Philip, didn't matter that he was the oldest member of the family. He was the one rooting for it, saying, yes, absolutely, we need to do this. In the same way that the Queen's feeling is, I need to be seen to be believed through the royal walkabout and her tours. Philip recognised from an early stage that, as I said, the medium of television, but now social media, was all part of it. In order to stay relevant, they need to be seen.
He knew that he had to be on top of it, because in almost the first television presenting that he did, he turned over 2 pages by mistake. So he'd read the first page, turned over the second, and he was on the third page. And if he hadn't known what was on the second page, he would have been lost. That taught him the lesson. But he used to say, I appeared on television to talk about what I was interested in, not who I was.
Good message. Charles and Katie, thank you. Well, as a young man, Prince Philip enjoyed sailing and went on to join Dartmouth College in 1939 as a naval cadet. It was the start of a much-loved and illustrious career in the Royal Navy.
Still a teenager at the outbreak of the war, Midshipman Philip first saw action with HMS Valiant in the Mediterranean.
Within 2 or 3 days of joining, there was a great bombardment of the Italian-held port of Bardia in North Africa. And it was quite impressive, a lot of 15-inch guns going off, which I hadn't heard before. I suddenly realised that life was for real.
March 1941. HMS Valiant off the southwest coast of Greece.
Off Cape Matapan, the Italians were caught. A few guns replied, but quite without effect, and the enemy's fate was sealed. The action continuing as night fell.
Prince Philip made this entry in his midshipman's log. My orders were that if any ship illuminated a target, I was to switch on and illuminate it for the rest of the fleet.
They said, well, illuminate. So I switched the things on. By, I suppose she had a good chance. I actually found a cruiser. And with that, everybody started shooting.
His actions in the Battle of Cape Matapan earned him a mention in dispatches. In the last year of the war, he was second in command of a new destroyer, HMS Whelp, in the Pacific Fleet. The summer of 1945, heading for Japan.
Being in Tokyo Bay with the surrender ceremony taking place in a battleship which was, 200 yards away, and you could see what was going on with a pair of binoculars. Well, it was a great relief. I mean, suddenly feeling that life was different.
5 years after the end of the Second World War, he was back in the Mediterranean, in command of his first ship, HMS Magpie, stationed in Malta. The prince and his young wife, Princess Elizabeth, the Malta years, two of the happiest of their lives, cut short by news of King George's failing health. His career in the Royal Navy was over. From now on, he was the new Queen's consort. But he would always look back on his time at sea as a deeply significant period of his life.
I'm particularly proud to do this because, like all of us who served in the Navy during the war, I lost many friends and shipmates who are commemorated here.
With me now are former First Sea Lord Lord West and the historian Dan Snow. Good evening to both of you. The Royal Navy was in his life right from the very start. It was the Royal Navy that took his family when he was just 18 months old into exile from Corfu.
Absolutely. The cruiser HMS Calypso picked him up in his orange box and took him away from Greece and the troubles there.
And it is what he joined when he was 17, like you?
He went to Dartmouth, yes, at 17, and took to it like a boat to water. He loved it in the Navy. He was highly competent. He did extremely well. You showed in that clip his involvement in the Battle of Matapan. And he moved on very quickly. He was very young when he was made a first lieutenant of a ship. He's got a fund of fantastic stories about his time in those various ships. He loved his time in the Navy, and I think it stood him in good stead for later. But of course, he had to give it up. I mean, his only command was Magpie. He clearly loved her. In the Royal Yacht, when you went into his cabin, there was a model of HMS Magpie in that cabin. He'd helped design the Royal Yacht, of course, and used it for a couple of trips that he did away on his own, as well as ones with Her Majesty. And he had that great love for the Navy. And of course, he effectively had to give that up. I'm sure he would have gone to the very top of the Navy if he'd stayed in serving in there, but he gave that up because it was a sense of duty and because he was in love with Her Majesty the Queen, and he felt that support was important for him, and that's what he did.
I saw an interview that he did many, many years ago. I think it was with John Humphreys, and he was asked about that and about having to give up his career, and there was a really wistful tone. He almost said it was his regret, but it obviously was very difficult, the one regret, that he wasn't able to pursue that career, because so many said that he could have gone right to the top.
And people sort of say that he wasn't emotional or anything, but I think he did feel things, but just didn't show it. That generation of officers, particularly went through Dartmouth and things, didn't. You were taught not to show your emotions. But for example, he really loved the tune Tom Bolin, and it used to make him quite sad because he thought of friends, it was touched on in there, who died and were lost in the Second World War, people he knew. And on the bicentenary of the Battle of Trafalgar, I gave a dinner in Nelson's great cabin, and he was there with Her Majesty the Queen, and we played Tom Bolin at that event, and you could see, you know, I wouldn't say there was a tear in his eye because that was not his way of behaving, but you could see it had an impact, and that showed, I think, part of that love for the Navy and that part of his life.
He was encouraged to go into the Navy actually by his uncle, wasn't he? His Mountbatten.
Yeah.
But what he actually loved was the RAF as well. He
know
wanted to be a pilot.
I didn't know that till I interviewed him in Buckingham Palace, and as an ex-First Sea Lord, I was horrified. He said to me, actually, I wanted to join the RAF, and I said to him, it was just as well you didn't. Just think how disastrous that would have been. Yes, he did want to do that, and Mountbatten said, oh no, Navy.
Well, his uncle and his grandpa, both First Sea Lords, and he came top of his class in Dartmouth, so he threw himself into it. And I think it's really, you mentioned the emotion. He was in the thick of it. You know, he wasn't looked after. He was on HMS Wallace doing these the untalked about bit of his naval career, the least glamorous, probably the most important, keeping these convoys going up and down the east coast of England, and going and protecting them from German surface raiders that would dash in. And his ship was almost hit by torpedoes. He was involved in lots of firefights. So really serious war at sea. And then again in the Mediterranean when his ship was attacked from the air in Sicily. So he'd seen it. He saw a lot. He saw a huge amount. But speaking of the RAF, he flew deep into his 70s, didn't he? I mean, he was extremely proud of his
I think he got something like 5,000 hours of pilot's hours. He started flying when he was 31, and it was something that he clearly loved.
Definitely. And of course, the Navy, we should say, I always think it's quite poignant. The last function, the last sort of official job he had was with the Royal Marines, who of course part of the Navy. And so the Navy, from a child in a fruit box carried into exile by the Navy, to his last appointment.
And there we are seeing those were the pictures from 2017 and his last public duty.
It's just incredible, that length of time and that involvement. And as we said, I mean, the royal family, of course, historically, kings were in the Navy before they became kings, going right back to King William and things like that. And of course, King George V and King George VI both were in the Royal Navy, and he was in a way carrying that tradition on. I think Her Majesty must have felt, there was a sort of continuity here in a sense. That involvement with the Royal Navy, and he was such a fond of good stories. I mean, in Tokyo Bay, where he was there in his ship that he was first lieutenant of, with the White Ensign flying, most of the ships were American, of course. He suddenly discovered that two rather emaciated men in rags had swum out and climbed up the ladder onto the quarterdeck, and these were two Royal Marines who had been prisoners of war in Japan, had seen the White Ensign, Hope, and had swum out and were there. And he said to me, when I was talking about this to him, he said, and it was wonderful, he said there was an event up in Yorkshire. He said, and I was telling them how this had happened. This was in the late 50s. And he said, suddenly at the back, these two lads said, "Hey, oh, that was us, Your Royal Highness." And it was these two men, which was, and he had the mass of these sort of stories. It was wonderful.
I was lucky enough to, a couple of years ago, to meet someone called Dickie Richardson, who ditched in the Indian Ocean. His aircraft, he'd been attacking Japanese targets in Sumatra. He ditched on the way home, and he was rescued by HMS Welp and Prince Philip aboard, and Prince Philip lent him all his clothes. And so the day he died, he used to sort of proudly walk around thinking, the Prince gave me all his outfit.
Wonderful stories. Well, thank you both very much for joining me. Well, the Duke's love of the natural world was inspired by his travels across the globe, first as a naval officer and then as the Queen's consort. The Royal Yacht Britannia was a royal residence for glittering state visits and official receptions, but it also gave the royal family somewhere to holiday privately away from the press. Here, one of the longest-serving crewmen on Britannia shares his memories of life on board with the Duke.
My name is Ellis Norrell. I served on Britannia for quite a while, from 1954 till 1988. Went through the ranks from naval seaman right through to warrant officer.
I name the ship Britannia. I wish success to her and to all who sail in her.
She was just all ready to go to sea, and we took her to sea. And the Duke loved his sailing. He really was a typical naval officer. And what better could he have but have the feel of the ship under him, and the motion and everything else. It does bring the heartstrings out. The Duke came in Mombasa and joined the Royal Yacht. I think the purpose was to go to all these little islands and to remind these people that they were part of the Commonwealth as well. It was great fun to be on board, and everyone was all chums together and work hard, but also play hard, despite the rank and everything else. This was 1956, Christmas Day, down in the Antarctic, and the Duke of Edinburgh took all the time to walk around all the mess decks and meet the yachties. We started a beard growing competition, and you can just see the little 7 o'clock shadow on the Duke. We have a tradition in the Navy to give certificates, one for crossing the equator, one for the Arctic Circle, and one for the Antarctic Circle. We hadn't had any printed, so the Duke of Edinburgh made a a certificate out of lino for everybody on board. And there it is. Absolutely brilliant.
Wonderful memento. Well, with me now are Commander Malcolm Sillars and the royal commentator and author Katie Nicholl, and some great memories from the Royal Yacht Britannia. He loved being at sea, didn't he? You went on the Royal Yacht Britannia with him.
Yes, I did. I spent a year when as a junior officer, and that experience was remarkable in the sense we went out to Australia and involved a number of visits by the Duke of Edinburgh and Her Majesty. He loved being on board the ship. He loved the isolation that he could get from world affairs, as it were, and to be able to be free and very much himself. And then latterly, I, as an equerry, was on board Britannia 2 years and was able to see him at Cowes, flourishing in an environment which he was very much his own. He was a very competitive sailor, and Britannia provided the perfect platform for him to run his campaign from, and also to host guests at Cowes.
And we were talking, Katie, about his career in the Royal Navy, but he spoke extensively about just what it meant to him to be at sea, to be exposed to the elements, to be out there, out of control, really. Just almost sort of made to feel levelling again. I mean, it's very...
grounding.
You're very grounded,
It's kind of the wrong word to use, I suppose, but it did anchor him, didn't it? And he loved it, and I think it was also very important to him that his children inherited that love of the sea. So Princess Anne is a pretty good sailor also, and, you know, she sails around the Scottish coast now, and as children, Prince Philip wanted to be the one who taught his children to sail, and he did on a yacht, a pleasure yacht that they had called Bloodhound, and they would take that round the coast when they were on their Scottish summer holidays, and these were wonderful times. So he did escape at sea, and he loved to do that with his family. But I think it was just that being in the great outdoors. It was that feeling of insignificance, not having to worry about everything else, being at one with nature, whether that was sailing, stalking, shooting, hunting, fishing, barbecuing on the Balmoral estate. These were the things that gave him such pleasure as a husband and as a father, and probably for the family amongst their happiest memories.
Precious time away. What was it like being on board the Royal Yacht Britannia with him?
He was a setter of very high standards. So when he was at sea in his yachts, he would ensure that he had the best crew available and was able to compete at a very high level. The great yachtsman Arthur Fox once said of him that he was never far from the centre of a race. But equally, the Britannia was able to provide the perfect place to host his family and his guests. So he could escape on board away from the bustle of shore life in Cowes and the hectic pace of activities. And in a sense, Britannia was a haven for him. Then latterly they would go off around the Western Isles, as Katie's just mentioned, and in the early days Bloodhound was able to extend his sailing activities to the Western Isles.
And Katie, when the Royal Yacht Britannia went out of service, both the Queen and the Duke of Edinburgh were devastated. It had meant an awful lot to them.
So much, because it was the vessel that carried them to new adventures, wonderful journeys, and they made wonderful family memories. So I think it's one of the very rare occasions where we've seen the Queen deeply emotional in public and shed a tear, because they just loved it. It was pure escapism for them, and they didn't get very much of that.
Well, as we draw to a close this evening, I'd like to just get your final thoughts, really. I mean, on what is an incredibly sad day. He lived a very long life, 99 years old, just shy of his 100th birthday, which would have been June the 10th.
That's right.
But your thoughts this evening?
The ultimate royal pioneer, just a man who I think we all have so much to be very, very thankful for. And let's celebrate what was a remarkable life.
And my final exchange with the Duke of Edinburgh was some 4 years ago, in the wake of his 95th birthday in 2016. And I sent him greetings, and he responded with a note of thanks. And one famous line came up towards the end of the letter where he said, "I am sure sailing is good for the soul. The trouble was I didn't get enough of it." And the letter then went on to discuss his private secretary, who had just recently died, Brian McGrath. And he said that Brian had had a rich and rewarding life, and that's all one could expect for.
Indeed. Well, thank you both very much for joining me. Well, it's been about 9 hours now since the announcement that His Royal Highness the Duke of Edinburgh died earlier today. The atmosphere at Windsor Castle is tonight one of quiet reflection. There is no great outpouring, but you do get a sense of the warm affection and respect, not only in remembrance of the Duke of Edinburgh, but also, of course, for Her Majesty the Queen. At Buckingham Palace, the Union flag is flying at half-mast. As yet, no details have been released for the plans for the Duke's funeral, but we expect an announcement to be made by the Palace tomorrow. This evening, we have reflected on the extraordinary life and work of the Duke of Edinburgh. My thanks to all our guests who have been sharing some personal insights and memories about the Duke. Stay with us now on BBC One for a special commemorative programme on the Duke of Edinburgh. But from all of us here, good night.
This is BBC News, where our coverage continues now with a special programme, a tribute to the remarkable life of His Royal Highness the Duke of Edinburgh from those...
The long and eventful life of Prince Philip, the Duke of Edinburgh, has drawn to a close at the age of 99. He was by some distance the longest-serving royal consort in British history, a role that he'd made very much his own.
There was no precedent, but if I asked somebody what you expect me to do, they all looked blank. They had no idea. Nobody had much idea.
From the day of his marriage to the future Queen and throughout her long reign, he was at her side, in good times and bad.
He has quite simply been my strength and stay all these years. And I and his whole family, and this and many other countries, owe him a debt greater than he would ever claim, or we shall ever know.
We'll take a look at the Duke's influence as a father, a grandfather and great-grandfather over several decades.
If you were having problems, you could always go to him and know that he would listen and try to help.
We'll mark the success of the Duke of Edinburgh's award scheme for young people, just one of the achievements being praised by political leaders today.
Like the expert carriage driver that he was, he helped to steer the royal family and the monarchy so that it remains an institution indisputably vital to the balance and happiness of our national life.
And we'll reflect on his 70 years of public service and the hundreds of charities and causes that he embraced. Good evening. Prince Philip, the Duke of Edinburgh, the longest-serving royal consort in British history, a man of strong views and a strong sense of duty, has died at the age of 99. Since the announcement by Buckingham Palace at midday, there's been a stream of tributes recognising his decades of public service and his constant support for the Queen during her long reign. The statement from the Palace was brief. It is with deep sorrow that Her Majesty the Queen announces the death of her beloved husband, His Royal Highness the Prince Philip, Duke of Edinburgh. His Royal Highness passed away peacefully this morning at Windsor Castle. Further announcements will be made in due course. The royal family join with people around the world in mourning his loss. Prince Philip, at the Queen's side for over 70 years, has played a prominent role in public life here in the United Kingdom and in the Commonwealth. And tributes have come from around the world, led in Britain by the Prime Minister Boris Johnson. We will have the story for you of the Duke's remarkable life, all the causes that he backed, all the interesting features about his thinking and his modernising instincts. All of that is to come. But before that, a word with our royal correspondent, Nicholas Witchell, because we'll come to those themes, Nick, but it's surely the right time to pause for a moment and think about Her Majesty the Queen, who's lost her husband of 73 years.
Yes, an immense loss for her. They were absolutely devoted to each other across 7 decades and more of their marriage. Different in temperament, but united in their commitment to duty and service. And he came so very close to that 100th birthday milestone that he wanted to achieve, 8 weeks and 6 days away. But we saw how very frail he was when he left hospital on the 16th of March to return to Windsor. His death, therefore, cannot be considered a surprise, but it is a moment of great sadness, of course, for the family and in particular for the Queen. Hers is a lonely role, as it is, as head of state. The one person who has been there in her support always has been her husband, the Duke of Edinburgh. Her path will be a more solitary one now, though she will have her faith and her family to support her. The Prince of Wales, I understand, drove across from Highgrove to Windsor to see his mother this afternoon. And she will have so many memories of 73 years as husband and wife, of nearly 70 years as monarch and consort. People who know them say that, he has been the unsung hero of this reign. He's made an incalculable and, in some ways, unrecognised contribution to its success and its stability. As one person who's known them for many years put it, she could not have done it without him. And, we recall what she has said about him. At the time of the Diamond Jubilee, she described him as my constant strength and guide. Let's just consider those words carefully. She's very particular about the language she uses. My constant strength and guide. That's what he was to her, year after year, decade after decade.
Nick, thank you, and we'll join you once again a little later in the programme. Nicholas Witchell there, our royal correspondent. You're watching this extended edition of BBC News at 10. We'll be marking this significant milestone in British public life by reporting on today's tributes and all the reaction, by looking at the areas in which the Duke was most influential, the legacy he leaves. But we'll start with this account of the Duke's eventful and sometimes turbulent life, and this is Nicholas Witchell's report.
First after them, her husband, Philip, Duke of Edinburgh,
who, with his hands between the hands of the Queen, becomes her liege man of life and limb and of earthly worship. In the name
At the Queen's coronation, he was the first person after the bishops to pay homage to her. Philip knelt before his wife and pledged his loyalty.
Faith and truth I will bear unto you, live and die.
And so,
against all manner of
rising,
hate.
touches the crown upon her head and kisses her upon the left cheek.
As a male consort to a female sovereign, Philip had no constitutional significance. Yet no one was closer to the monarchy or of greater importance to the monarch than he was. By instinct he was a leader, yet Philip had always to take second place. By nature he spoke his mind, and that sometimes got him into trouble. Yet for decade after decade, his was the support that mattered most to the throne. Philip was born in Corfu in 1921. His family was part of European royalty. He was a prince of Greece, but his ancestors were largely Danish, German and Russian. Philip had a rootless childhood. His family was banished from Greece, his parents separated, and he was sent to Gordonston School in northern Scotland. The Spartan atmosphere there suited him. As the Second World War loomed, Philip was an 18-year-old Royal Navy cadet at Dartmouth.
His Majesty walking down the ranks of the cadets.
And when the King and Queen visited the college, they brought with them their 13-year-old daughter, Princess Elizabeth. According to witnesses, Philip showed off a great deal, but the meeting had made a deep impression on the princess. Philip served in the Royal Navy with distinction during the war. When the fighting ended, he started to escort Elizabeth to family gatherings. He changed his name to Philip Mountbatten and became a British citizen. The public realised there was a romance. Yet within Buckingham Palace, Philip was regarded with suspicion. One courtier wrote privately that he was rough, uneducated, and would probably not be faithful. But Elizabeth was deeply in love, and in the summer of 1947, the palace announced their engagement.
It is with the greatest pleasure that the King and Queen announced the betrothal of their dearly beloved daughter, the Princess Elizabeth, to Lieutenant Philip Mountbatten, R.N.
On the 20th of November 1947, the newly created Philip, Duke of Edinburgh, stood within Westminster Abbey and exchanged marriage vows with the heir to the British throne.
I, Philip, take thee, Elizabeth Alexandra Mary.
Take thee, Elizabeth Alexandra Mary.
To my wedded wife.
To my wedded wife.
Again and again the people called for Elizabeth and Philip. Again and again they joyfully responded.
In 1952, the couple set off on a tour of the Commonwealth. The King came with them to the airport. It was the last time they were to see King George VI, who, unknown to his daughter, was in the final stages of lung cancer.
It was a farewell. It was also, as events turned out, goodbye.
It was at a hunting lodge in Kenya that Philip told his wife of her father's death. Someone who was there said Philip looked as though half the world had dropped on him. They returned to London to lead the national mourning.
And now here is the Queen.
His wife was now Queen. Philip was there in support, but he was never given the title Prince Consort, and his role was undefined. He channeled some of his restless energy into a boisterous social life. He and a group of male friends met every week in rooms above a restaurant in London's Soho. There were long, convivial lunches, visits to nightclubs, and glamorous companions. By the 1960s, Philip's life was more settled. He and the Queen had completed their family with 2 more children, Andrew and Edward, who joined Charles and Anne, and he had found a new role for himself.
Is it the 18th we're due back now?
18.
From his office in the palace, he promoted issues in which he had a personal interest.
40 minutes to get round the world. Well, it's going to be a bit of a rush. It may leave you a little bit muddled.
Yet diplomacy seemed alien to him. He urged British industry to pull its finger out and complained on American television that the royal family didn't have enough money.
Inevitably, if nothing happens, we shall either have to, I don't know, we may have to move into smaller premises, who knows?
He blundered on a state visit to China with the Queen. He made what he thought was a private remark about slitty eyes. It was a diplomatic gaffe which dominated the headlines and added to his reputation for making misjudged remarks.
It's all right, Snip.
Yet Philip had a sharp, inquiring mind and was determined to make a contribution of his own. The groundbreaking 60s film Royal Family was made largely at his instigation because he felt it was time for the family to show a more human face to the world.
The salad is ready.
Good. And for many years he toured the globe as president of the then World Wildlife Fund, speaking out about the need to conserve nature.
We depend on being part of the web of life. We depend on every other living thing on this planet, just as much as they depend on us.
He promoted technology, helped underprivileged children, and had a lifelong interest in spiritual issues. But his most lasting creation was the scheme named after him, the Duke of Edinburgh's Award, which encouraged young people to realise their potential.
To give young people a chance to discover their own abilities for themselves as an introduction to the responsibilities and interests of the grown-up world, and incidentally, to make new friends and have a great deal of fun and satisfaction in the process.
Believe it.
No decade was more difficult for the royal family than the 1990s. The death of Diana, Princess of Wales, was both a family tragedy and a moment of tension for the monarchy. It was the Queen to whom the country looked for public comfort. It was Philip to whom the Queen turned for private support.
And still Prince William, with his head hung, walking next to his grandfather.
It was Philip whose gentle encouragement had persuaded William and Harry to walk behind their mother's coffin to her funeral. And, contrary to his sometimes insensitive image, it had been Philip who'd taken the lead in trying to understand the domestic problems of his children, prompted perhaps by his own memories of what it's like to marry into the royal family. Philip remained physically active at an age when most men would have relished retirement. He went carriage driving, and he was still carrying out more engagements than many younger members of the family. Some he did alone, such as this visit to British troops in Iraq.
How did you get into this?
But most he did with his wife. He was the figure a few paces behind the Queen, always looking out for her, and often guiding children through the barriers to present their flowers to her. By the time of his 90th birthday in June 2011, celebrated at his insistence with little fanfare, he'd accepted that it was time to slow down a little.
I reckon I've done my bit. I want to enjoy myself for a bit now. With less responsibility, less frantic rushing about, less preparation, less trying to think of something to say. On top of that, memories going. I can't remember names and things. Yes, I'm just sort of winding down.
There was little immediate evidence, though, of any winding down. Despite a serious health scare at Christmas 2011, when he had to be taken to hospital with a blocked coronary artery, he remained at the Queen's side for most of her Diamond Jubilee programme, which took them the length and breadth of the country. It wasn't until 2017 that the Duke, then aged 96, carried out his final solo engagement. It was a parade for the Royal Marines on the forecourt of Buckingham Palace. It was pouring with rain, but, as ever, duty took priority. He took his time meeting those on parade and taking the salute as the Marines marched past to bid him farewell. His life after that was much quieter, spent mostly at the Queen's estate at Sandringham. It was there in January 2019, while he was driving himself from the estate, that he survived a serious road accident. His vehicle overturned, he was badly shaken, and he surrendered his driving licence shortly afterwards. By now he was rarely seen in public. There were occasional appearances at family occasions such as weddings, yet he remained a supportive figure to the Queen and his family. The last sight of him was last month, leaving hospital in London after a month-long stay. He'd undergone treatment for an unspecified heart condition, and he looked frail. While he'd been in hospital, the Queen had had to deal with the aftermath of the Sussexes' US television interview without her husband at her side. Tonight, his two eldest children paid tribute to him.
I think he'd probably want to be remembered as, as an individual in his own right, really.
Princess Anne spoke of the support he'd given to the Queen.
his appreciation of how he could help the Queen always seemed to be present in terms of supporting her, because she was very young when she became Queen, and it needed to be, I think, a double act for a lot of that time in order to allow her to take on that role.
Throughout his adult life, despite the formality of his position, Philip retained his own style of doing things. He made his own uncompromising mark on national life. He once summed up his approach in characteristically forthright fashion.
I've just done what I think is my best. I can't suddenly change my whole way of doing things. I can't change my interests. I can't change the way in which I react to things. It's part of, that's somebody's style, and it's too bad. You've got to lump it.
Throughout all the monarchy's many ups and downs since the Second World War, Philip, Duke of Edinburgh, the longest-serving consort in British history, was the restless outsider who put his wife and duty first. In doing so, he fulfilled his coronation oath of allegiance to Elizabeth, his queen. Their marriage and his support were the essential foundations which underpinned the success of her reign. In a speech to celebrate their golden wedding anniversary, the Queen spoke of the debt that she and the country owed him.
He is someone who doesn't take easily to compliments, but he has quite simply been my strength and stay all these years. And I and his whole family, and this and many other countries, owe him a debt greater than he would ever claim, or we shall ever know.
The words of Her Majesty the Queen ending that report on the story of Philip's life by our correspondent Nicholas Witchell. Well, flags are flying at half-mast on government and royal buildings, including, of course, Buckingham Palace. In a moment, we'll be speaking to Sarah Campbell, who's there. But first, let's join our correspondent, Helena Wilkinson, at Windsor Castle. And Helena, you've been there all day. What would you say about the atmosphere there?
Well, Hugh, this royal town has seen many royal events over the years, both sad and happy ones. Today, I think it's been one of quiet reflection here in Windsor, and understandably a sombre mood here as the news spread through this town that the Duke of Edinburgh had died. Many people came here to the castle. Some laid flowers, some paused, shared memories, reflected on the Duke's remarkable life. We spoke to a young boy called Oscar who came with his mother, and he left a card. On that card, he wrote, "Your Majesty, so sorry about hearing about your amazing husband." Another lady we spoke to said, "It's so sad, I just wanted him to get to 100. Of course, the Duke was a couple of months away from his 100th birthday, but the Duke spent his last days here at Windsor Castle. After being discharged from hospital 3 weeks ago, he and the Queen spent the last year here isolating together. They quietly celebrated the Duke's 99th birthday last year, and they also quietly celebrated their 73rd wedding anniversary. Tonight here, Hugh, at the castle behind us, the Queen, now a widow, is in mourning for her husband, a husband who was by her side for so many years.
Helena, thank you. That's Helena for us there at Windsor. Let's go from Windsor to central London, talk to our royal correspondent, Sarah Campbell, who's at Buckingham Palace. Sarah, we are, of course, at a very difficult period in terms of public health with all of these restrictions. And one can assume then that, you know, the kinds of crowds that we might have expected at the gates today clearly are not there. And, of course, it'll affect as well the way the palace is planning the next few days.
Well, that's right, Hugh. I mean, the deaths of many thousands of people over the past year haven't been marked in a way that their friends and their families would have liked due to the pandemic, and Prince Philip's will be no different. The notice of his death, in line with tradition, was brought out to the railings at Buckingham Palace on an easel, but it didn't stay there. It was taken down after an hour for fear of attracting crowds. And as you say, people have been coming here all afternoon. They've been coming to lay flowers, to write messages, or simply just to spend some time here at what was, of course, course, the Duke's London home. And in small numbers, they do continue to come this evening. But going forward, the advice really is that due to COVID, people are being asked not to gather at royal residences. They're being asked to donate to charity rather than to bring flowers. And in terms of writing their messages of thanks to the Duke for his years of public service and messages of support for the Queen at this difficult time, they're being asked to write them at the online Book of Condolence, which is now live on the royal website. Going forward, the arrangements for the Duke's funeral are being finalised at the moment and will be made public as soon as they have been approved by the Queen.
Sarah, once again, many thanks. Sarah Campbell there for us, our royal correspondent at Buckingham Palace tonight. Well, politicians will deliver their own tributes when Parliament is recalled at Westminster on Monday. All campaigning for May's elections has been suspended. The government is asking people not to gather or to leave flowers at royal residences, as Sarah was telling us there, because of these current restrictions, and indeed to minimise travel. Our royal correspondent Daniela Ralph reports now on the reaction to the news of the death.
The Union flag at half-mast above the palace where he'd spent so much of his working life. And placed on the gates, the official announcement of the Duke of Edinburgh's death. For the royal family, this is a deeply personal loss. Earlier today, the Prince of Wales left his home in Gloucestershire to visit his mother at Windsor Castle.
It is to Her Majesty and her family that our nation's thoughts must turn today, because they have lost not just a much-loved and highly respected public figure, but a devoted husband and a proud and loving father, grandfather, and, in recent years, great-grandfather.
His presence and significance in British national life recognised in the tributes.
The UK has lost an extraordinary public servant in Prince Philip. He dedicated his life to our country. And above all, I think he'll be remembered for his support and devotion to the Queen.
Memories of an extraordinary man. A note amongst the flowers left at Windsor, where he died this morning. But the remembrance has gone way beyond this royal town.
On behalf of the Welsh Government and people in all parts of Wales, I offer our deepest condolences to Her Majesty the Queen, Her Majesty's children, and their families.
It is with deep sadness that I've learned of the death of His Royal Highness, the Duke of Edinburgh. It is a sadness that I know will be shared by countless others in Northern Ireland and right across the world.
When any family loses a loved one, it's really difficult, and whilst they may be public figures, they are also a family that are hurting, so I just wanted to extend my condolences to them.
At the Queen's official residence in Scotland, the formal announcement and personal memories.
He had a close association, of course, with Scotland. He went to school in Scotland. I know that he enjoyed all of the time he spent at Balmoral. He had a very long association as Chancellor with the University of Edinburgh.
At Westminster Abbey this evening and elsewhere around the UK, the bells were rung 99 times as a mark of respect for the Duke's 99 years.
Prince Philip sums up a life lived well and ended well. And I would say across the nation we can look at this life, feel a deep sense of pride, a deep sense of admiration and gratitude.
The royal family will grieve privately for now, although tonight on the Duke and Duchess of Sussex's charity website, a message that thanks the Duke of Edinburgh for his service, saying he'll be greatly missed. Across the UK, the Duke remained a memorable public figure.
99 years old, a very good age to get to. Shame he didn't get to his 100th birthday.
Just say a few little things that he shouldn't do, which that's what I like as well.
Well, he's human.
You know.
Like we all are again. It's back to that, you know, being human, isn't it?
He's just been a wonderful man, and their love has been plain for everybody to see. So, really, sincerest condolences to the Queen.
At Buckingham Palace this evening, at the end of a day of great sadness for many, a steady stream of people came to pay their respects to a man who held a unique place in public life.
some of today's reaction there, and that was Daniela Ralph reporting. We saw a little earlier that Boris Johnson, the Prime Minister, had made his own statement in Downing Street, not long after the announcement at midday today, and of course MPs will be going to Westminster on Monday for their own session to pay tribute. Let's talk to Laura Kuensberg, our political editor in Downing Street. What can we expect then, Laura?
Well, normal politics, Hugh, is on pause for now, and the showing of respect and tributes is in its place, not just from the Prime Minister at the lectern here in Downing Street today, not just at a cabinet meeting this afternoon when heartfelt tributes were paid, but on Monday in the House of Commons, MPs will give their public respects for as long perhaps as 6 or 7 hours. But perhaps more crucially, a very important set of elections are underway right now in Scotland, Wales and in parts of England, and campaigning in those ballots is suspended for now. And I think partly we're seeing what you might expect, a formal showing of respect for someone who's been part of this country's fabric for such a long time. But there's one thing that has been agreed on by politicians from right across the public spectrum that has been crystal clear. Because one of the curiosities of our unwritten constitution is that the husband or wife of a monarch doesn't have a specific role. But by being by the Queen's side for such a long time, as such a stalwart supporter, by extension, politicians have all acknowledged that Prince Philip did such a huge service to the country as a whole. And we've seen that time and time again from politicians from every single party who, as soon as the news emerged, were really lining up to give their own tributes. And just the length of his life is one thing that's also been commented on so much in Westminster today. Prince Philip was born when Lloyd George was Prime Minister, and through his life saw the administrations of 20 different Prime Ministers. His adult life, of course, spent in public service. And the longevity of service, that permanence of the monarchy, a contrast perhaps tonight to so much of the thrash of modern day politics, a business in the 2020s that tonight at least is on hold.
Laura, many thanks again. Laura Kuensberg with her thoughts there for us in Downing Street. Well, Prince Philip pledged at his marriage back in 1947 to give lifelong support to his wife. And after she ascended the throne in 1952, he was a permanent presence at her side. His sense of duty and service has been mentioned in many of today's tributes, as we've heard, including from President Biden, who offered his condolences and said that the Duke's legacy would live on through all the charitable endeavours that he had shaped. Our diplomatic correspondent James Landale reports now on reaction around the world to the Duke's death.
And first to greet His Royal Highness was the Governor, Sir Maurice Dorman.
For more than 70 years, the Duke of Edinburgh crisscrossed the world, sometimes at the Queen's side, sometimes on his own, leaving an international legacy that was reflected in the global tributes paid today.
And now breaking news from the UK, the royal family has issued a statement.
From NBC. Across the world, his death made the headlines. From a White House the Duke knew so well, the current incumbent sent his deepest condolences.
Prince Philip, he was a heck of a guy. He, it was his lifetime of service to the United Kingdom and the whole Commonwealth. I think he's going to be missed, particularly in the United Kingdom. 99 years old, he never slowed down at all, and which I admire the devil out of.
And it was to the Commonwealth that the Duke travelled so often, renewing friendships with countries with historic ties to Britain, including those like Canada, which still held the Queen as head of state.
Prince Philip was a man of service, motivated by a sense of duty to others. I know that through the Duke of Edinburgh's award, he helped empower millions of young people.
At times, the Duke represented the Queen overseas as countries marked their move from empire to independence and then Commonwealth.
You should have seen His Royal Highness at the last Commonwealth Heads of Government meeting. It was extraordinary. He was the heart and the soul, and I think he will be greatly missed. He brought spice and excitement wherever he went, and I don't think we'll see the like of him again.
The Duke had a global perspective.
All the places and the people that you've seen, they all belong to this one
family of nations of ours.
Presenting television programmes about his travels, but also representing Britain at memorials for a world war in which he played an active part. Chancellor Merkel said his friendship with Germany would not be forgotten. President Macron of France said he lived an exemplary life defined by bravery and duty. Greek-born, of Danish blood, the Duke was an elder statesman of European royalty. The Spanish king, here on the left, and his wife sent a telegram to the Queen. "Dear Aunt Lilibet, we are deeply saddened to hear about the passing away of dear Uncle Philip." One place, of course, where the Duke may be especially missed is the island of Tanna in the southwest Pacific, where he was worshipped by some as a god.
James Landale there with some of the world reaction today. We've already heard, of course, from the First Ministers of Scotland and Wales and Northern Ireland, but let's talk a little more about reaction in those nations. Let's join my colleague Alan Little, first of all, who's in Edinburgh for us. And I'm just wondering, Alan, given the links between the Duke and Edinburgh itself, and of course Balmoral, as the First Minister mentioned earlier, tell us a little more about the sense of the way that this news has been received.
Well, the line rampant, as you'd expect, is flying at half-mast here above Holyrood House, Hugh. The First Minister, Nicola Sturgeon, said she sent her personal and deepest condolences to the Queen and those of the entire Scottish people. The other party leaders echo those sentiments, of course, and said they agreed to suspend campaigning for the Scottish parliamentary elections next month. The moderator of the General Assembly of the Church of Scotland said that the Duke of Edinburgh had demonstrated throughout his life that privilege ought to be linked, as he put it, to service, and the Duke of Edinburgh had shown us over many years what this looks like. But perhaps most striking of all today is the sheer wealth of reminiscence from ordinary people in Scotland. It was a reminder of just how many people whose lives he engaged with over the years, and that in itself speaks volumes, I think, with the relationship that the royal family in general has tried to build with Scotland, going right back to that decision in 1947 to grant him the dukedom of the capital city of Scotland. He was, after all, the Duke of Edinburgh. One example of that, of course, is the 7 decades he spent as Chancellor of the University of Edinburgh. The principal today saying that that he was far more than a titular Chancellor, far more than simply a name on the stationery, that he engaged energetically and actively and knowledgeably with the lives of the students collectively and individually, and with the cutting-edge research projects, particularly in science and technology. One last such reminiscence, if I may, Hugh. I learned today that when the Queen came here in 2017 to open the new suspension bridge across the Firth of Forth, and the Duke of Edinburgh accompanied her, the engineer who was detailed to show him around was told in advance, whatever you do, don't walk slowly and don't talk to him as though he's an old man. And he was 95 at the time.
Alan, thank you very much again. Alan Little there for us, our special correspondent at Holyrood. Let's move from Scotland to Northern Ireland, talk to our Ireland correspondent Emma Vardy, who's at Hillsborough. Would you say that the response there has been pretty unified? Emma, what's your sense of it?
Well, the news today has temporarily subdued the tensions that we've seen in Northern Ireland after several nights of violent scenes here. However, there were a number of loyalist protests that were planned for this evening. They were then called off as a mark of respect. But saying that, Hugh, we have just in the past hour seen some scenes of street disorder still breaking out in Belfast. But people here have been remembering too the way that Prince Philip had continued to visit Northern Ireland, even during the difficult days of the Troubles, and it was brought very close to home for him when his own uncle, Lord Mountbatten, was murdered by the IRA. A bomb was detonated in his boat off the coast of Mullaghmore in Ireland in 1979, and it was significant today that among the tributes paid to Prince Philip here was Michelle O'Neill, the deputy leader of Sinn Féin, of course the Republican Party once best known as the political wing of the IRA. But of course Prince Philip visited Northern Ireland many times in much happier times too. He and the Queen were taken on a special train to visit many parts of Northern Ireland on her coronation tour, and he continued to visit Northern Ireland more than 50 times over 7 decades.
Emma, thank you again for those thoughts there at Hillsborough. Emma Vardy, our Ireland correspondent. Let's go to Cardiff Castle, in the heart of the Welsh capital. Sian Lloyd is there for us. And again, Sian, it's worth pointing out the Duke's links with Wales, not least as Colonel of the Welsh Guards for many years, but other links as well.
Yes, Hugh, and people from across Wales have been paying their tributes to the Duke of Edinburgh today, and there will be a death gun salute fired here from Cardiff Castle tomorrow. The Duke of Edinburgh visited Wales, of course, many times over the years, usually accompanying the Queen, but it will perhaps be a visit that he made in the immediate aftermath of the Aberfan disaster in 1966 that people will be particularly remembering here today. 116 children and 28 adults lost their lives when Pantglas School was engulfed by coal slurry. The Duke of Edinburgh met grieving families. He also spoke to the rescuers, and he was a great comfort to many. He returned there a week later with the Queen, and the couple returned to Aberfan a number of times over the years. The Duke of Edinburgh did have a lasting relationship with Wales and its people, and he had a keen interest in Welsh life, serving as Chancellor of the University of Wales and attending the opening of the Senedd, where tributes will be paid on Monday.
Sian, many thanks again. Sian Lloyd for us there, our correspondent in Cardiff today. Well, there's no question that one of Prince Philip's greatest contributions to public life, some would say the greatest, was the scheme that he established in 1956, the Duke of Edinburgh's Award. At the time, the scheme was seen as somewhat radical and pioneering, encouraging young people to explore new challenges, to take risks and to show their own initiative. And as our correspondent Elaine Dunkley reports, the scheme has enriched the lives of millions of young people, even during this pandemic.
The Duke of Edinburgh's Award. Activities, expeditions and adventures. For millions of people, it has been part of growing up. It aims to give young people from all backgrounds a sense of achievement outside of the classroom through field trips and volunteering.
How many times do you think you got lost?
For these pupils at secondary school in the heart of Manchester, the experience has been life-changing.
Like when you go on Duke of Edinburgh, it's just a whole different environment. It's like green everywhere, like as far as you can see.
Even signing up for it was a bit out of my comfort zone, because prior to it I was quite shy and reserved and didn't really talk to many people in my year.
I've been working for a charity shop in my community, and I think definitely it's been a very interesting. You get to meet lots of new people, get to talk to lots of interesting people, hear their story.
Had fun and made so many friends without, I don't know how I'd have gotten through my high school years, honestly. It's really, really good.
It began in 1956 and grew out of the Duke's own experiences at Gordonston. The award's ethos was rooted in the philosophy of the school's headmaster, Kurt Hahn, who felt that education should be about more than just academic achievement.
It was based on Hahn's theory that you shouldn't be a specialist in any one thing, and he felt that that you shouldn't concentrate entirely on academic education. His philosophy was that if you could get young people to succeed in any area of activity, that mere sensation of success would spread over into a lot of others.
When the scheme first started, it was considered quite revolutionary, but it also had its detractors.
I think a lot of organisations thought it was going to be a rival. The Scouts, the Guides, Outward Bound Trust, all kinds of people thought, oh dear, here comes another youth organisation to rival us. The cleverness was that it was a programme which was complementary and not competitive, so anyone could do it.
The programme has moved with the times. It started as a boys-only group, and even when girls joined, there was a gender divide.
Can you tell me how you'll be able to get instructors and adjudicators to teach things like marriage and make-up and all the other new schemes you've mentioned in the pamphlet?
Oh, make-up we've got no problem. Marriage might be a bit more difficult.
From helping at food banks to vaccination centres, during the pandemic, many young people have volunteered through the scheme.
Are you here for the vaccine, madam? All right. I think the Duke of Edinburgh is fantastic to gain, especially independence. Everyone can do it. Everyone's helping the community. Everyone's being active. Everyone's learning a new skill. And I think the inclusion of the youth It's fantastic.
Okay, guys, ready to go?
Throughout the decades, the awards have been based on physical activity, skills, service and expedition. What you choose to do in each category is almost unlimited. Then there are 3 levels: gold, silver and bronze.
It's his vision and energy that created the organisation that enabled many, many young people to be able to access these development opportunities. And he was an absolute sort of stalwart champion for young people's sort of opportunities and development right the way through until he retired. While this is an incredibly sort of sad moment to reflect on his passing, we are incredibly optimistic about the fact that we can build on his incredible legacy, and the award will still be going strong many, many years from now.
Its popularity and success has spread across the globe, with more than 140 countries taking part. The scheme that bears his name will perhaps be his greatest legacy, a testament to the ideas and outlook of the Duke of Edinburgh.
That was Elaine Dunkley there with the story of the hugely successful Duke of Edinburgh award scheme. It's time to have a final word with our royal correspondent, Nicholas Witchell. Can I start, Nick, by asking about the days ahead and the kind of decisions that will have to be made in the palace and within government indeed?
Many of these details, of course, have been already worked out. They will be made public tomorrow, but I think we can say that 2 things are certain. Events will be focused very much on Windsor, on St George's Chapel, and I think that we will find a funeral will take place in, well, I would imagine about a week from now. I think the other thing of which we can be absolutely certain is that there will be no fuss. That is precisely as the Duke would have wanted, and I would imagine probably as he has directed himself, and of course which is also right and necessary within all the COVID requirements. And the palace, the Queen will be absolutely determined and insistent that all those requirements are fully met and that the funeral is fully compliant. And between now and then, from this nation and from the wider world, tributes will continue to be paid to this restless outsider, as he was once described, who made such a contribution in support of the British monarch and the British monarchy.
We've talked a lot in the last hour about character, about contribution, about sense of service and duty. How will history judge this man?
He once said of himself, in a sort of moment of disparaging modesty, he described himself as a discredited Balkan prince of no particular merit. Now, his background was royal. He was from European royalty, like the Queen. He's a great-great-grandson of Queen Victoria, a prince of Greece, though he had no Greek blood in him. It was mostly Danish and a bit of German and Russian and British blood. And yet he came to be one of the most influential outsiders to marry into the House of Windsor. He had a sharp mind and a sharp tongue. He didn't suffer fools. He could be abrasive and arrogant. There was a sense of danger about him, someone once said. But of course, as we've been saying, the Queen was absolutely devoted to him. There were bumpy years back in the 1950s. He had no constitutional role. He struggled to find a role. He found himself battling against the very cautious courtiers of Buckingham Palace in the 1950s. But he did find a role for himself. He carved out particular issues and interests of his own, but his principal role always was in support of his wife, the Queen. And you know, I think when finally the reign of this monarch, Queen Elizabeth II, does finally come to an end, and we assess what I think will be regarded as one of the most remarkable reigns in the long history of the British monarchy, the name of Philip, Duke of Edinburgh, will be given great credit for the contribution that he made to the success and the stability of this reign.
Nick, once again tonight, thank you very much. Nicholas Witchell there, our royal correspondent, with his thoughts. In a moment, we'll join the BBC's news teams where you are, after which Clive Murray will be here to have a look at the morning papers. On BBC Two now, it's Newsnight with Kirsty. But we will close tonight with some of the lasting images, reminding everyone of the life and times of Prince Philip, Duke of Edinburgh. From all of us, good night.